Sure.
A little more of a crowd than normal. Planning Commission is a popular group tonight.
I have a dream, and my dream is that pretty soon we'll all be vaccinated and we can actually have a meeting in the same room.
Yes, that would be nice.
Could be this year.
I actually got my first vaccination from Walgreens last week. So,
Hi, next one's coming up in a week or two.
yeah, mine's on the 29th. So it was, they were very organized, it seemed, when their system wasn't down. So
It was about a year ago, I think, that we had our last in-person meeting.
wow. Time flies when you're having fun.
Sure does. Coincidentally, it was the Schlumberger partition too.
So,
That was one long meeting.
yeah, I
It's
think
really long time.
time frame's optimistic on the. So. In the month of April, I'll be out of town. Don't know who I need to notify on that.
We just notified them.
At the next, is that what you said, Jennifer, next meeting you won't be here?
Right, April, yeah.
Okay.
Finally get to go to my condo in Florida, see my grandkids.
For you,
Good for you.
They're getting big without me.
I just had my first letters from my granddaughter and my grandson who live in Illinois.
Oh, nice.
That was so much fun. They're littles. My granddaughter is 8. My grandson is 6.
Yeah, being a grandparent's amazing.
Having to be so far away is amazing too. And it's
I finally have one that's moving back to Columbia County next month, so happy.
lucky.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you.
I'm going in April also, but I won't miss the planning commission this time. I'm going in Florida to see my grandkids.
Oh, nice. We're in Florida.
Pensacola area.
Okay. We're down about 45 minutes south of Tampa in Bradenton, Sarasota kind of area on the Gulf
Okay.
side. So,
Nice area.
yeah, my kids went to
Yeah.
college there and never came home.
My daughter is lieutenant colonel in the Air Force,
Oh, okay, that's where you want to Pensacola.
so she's stationed at Destin.
I might be able to make it work, but I'd rather err to the not going to be there side.
Counselor Berkeley, I don't know if you were here for the announcement, but we are keeping everyone muted except for commissioners. So I guess you have the option to be unmuted the entire meeting, or you can just raise your hand if you have something to say and I can ask to unmute you.
I'll raise my hand after
Okay.
my rambling on last meeting that got us off track. I figured best to have you muted. Unless,
We're trying to control a little bit more on this.
no,
there's a lot
I
more, so-
understand.
Okay.
Thanks.
Greetings, Patrick.
Is the recording started?
Christina,
Yeah.
Yes, we are recording.
Okay, for about a minute here.
I don't see Russ. It looks like we have everybody else. There he is.
Just in time. I've got 7 o'clock. Let's have the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
of the
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
stands
one
one
nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all. That was really horrible.
Hard to hear
Synchronized
other people say.
pledges are tough.
All right. Are there any topics from the public that are not on the hearing agenda for tonight?
And since we have a lot of folks in here,
How do we want to do that?
to ask about speaking, send a message to the host, who is Jenny Dimshow, if you'd like to speak. And this is the time if you want to speak about something not on the agenda. If you are here for the Schlumberger partition, there will be another opportunity for that. And or the 2021 code amendments, there will be another opportunity for that. This is for miscellaneous stuff unrelated to what's on the agenda tonight.
It looks like we do have somebody, Jerry, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Jerry, did you have something that you wanted to bring forth to the commission?
I just see a raised hand. I'm asking to unmute and he's not responding.
Did you
You want to unraise your hand then, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the chat.
All right.
Let's see. Okay, looks like he removed it. So
Okay.
it might just be for something else later.
All right. Well, let's start the hearing. Oh, wait, we've got a consent agenda.
Consent.
On the minutes from last month, anybody?
I make a motion, we accept the minutes as presented with
A second?
one
Second?
change, and it was in the first, well, in the first paragraph was to be changed, this meeting to that meeting. Just a typo.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll
I'll
second it.
second.
All in favor, you have to raise your hand in the reaction. Do that? Well, no, I'll do the count. That's right. I was going to do the roll call, all right? So Commissioner Lawrence, what's your vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Semling,
Yes.
Commissioner Pugsley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Commissioner Webster,
Yes.
Commissioner iPad.
Is that me? Yes.
That's you, Mr. Hott. No, it's Commissioner Hubbard. Okay, all right. It's now 7:03. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi-judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a partition. The subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 1100 and 201 on map 5N1W 34BC and 5N1W 34. The applicant is Andrew and Lindsay Schlumberger. The owner is same. Because quasi-judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Hearing none. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Please indicate in the chat, I guess, right?
Yeah, message the host if you would like to speak.
Message. Okay.
Jenny Dimshow is the host.
To be clear, this is not testimony for the hearing. This is to declare that a commissioner cannot make an unbiased decision in this matter.
You've got one hand up there. Is it Steve Tashi?
Miss, is it Jerry
It
again?
is Jerry again.
No, it's Steve.
What I see on my screen is user Jerry.
That doesn't have a hand up. Steve has a hand up.
Jerry
I'm
does.
showing user Jerry also. with the hand
Okay.
up.
Yeah. I
User
know.
Jerry, please message the host if you would like to speak in objection to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
All right. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, staff report, applicant's test presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 1977635. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. The City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.140.040 partition approval criteria. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.140.050 special provisions for parcels created by through the partition process. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that case, in the issue rather, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. So do we have a report from staff?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen here. So this is what we call a reboot of a 2-parcel land partition that started out at the administrative level last year and worked its way up to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals. Through the appeal process locally, the application evolved and evolved. And, when I was originally thinking about this, my thought was, well, how much can I talk about the past one? But then there was a request to put the old record into this application. So I guess that problem is no longer the case. So here is the city of St. Helens. The first thing I wanted to do is just show you where we are at in the world. There's 2 very defining water features that this property is along, not something that we deal with very often when we are along both the Columbia River and Dalton Lake. So that brings us to the northern part of town here. And we're dealing with this neighborhood kind of right here. Some important things I want to mention here is the Elks Lodge property, and we'll be talking about the road that starts about this point and kind of works its way down. The subject property itself, here's the dwelling on it, and this property extends, there's a small portion that extends to the Columbia River, and then also Dalton Lake right here. So that's generally where we are at. Now, as far as the history of it, this started as an administrative decision, as land petitions usually do, which basically means it's a decision at the staff level, in my case, as the city planner. And I'm going to focus mostly on access, because that's kind of the wily issue, but I'll talk about the other stuff really briefly. When we talk about land divisions, some of the essential things are, is there adequate access, adequate utilities, and things like that. And water, there's a water line through there, it's good. Sewer is unusual in that it's not a standard sewer system. It's what we call a STEP system, and that's an acronym for something about septic tank, effluent pump. There's evidence in the record that shows there's enough capacity in that to serve the other parcel, so no issue there. We do have some wetlands and riparian issues. If you notice along the Columbia River, you'll see this 75-foot buffer, and then as well as Dalton Lake, you'll see a 75-foot buffer. And so one of the things we had to think about was, okay, well, given these sensitive lands and the buffer, do we still have adequate buildable area to meet our general standards? And yes, we do. So this is the outline of the parcel, and here's where they're proposing to put the property line. What this plat doesn't show, but you could see it in that aerial photo, is the existing house is here. And though it does show an existing driveway here, there's another driveway that kind of branches off that's on this property. There's an easement for it right there. So this shows most improvements, but not 100% all of them. Now, I talked about how access is kind of interesting, and this map kind of highlights that. So after the Elk Lodge, this road kind of comes around like this and like this, and it doesn't continue here because this is a big cliff. And so essentially it's a dead end road. And note that this is a public right-of-way here, Belton Road, and this branch off here is actually considered Gray Cliffs Drive, which is really weird from an addressing standpoint, but you know, that has no consequence on the land partition. The significance of this particular exhibit, notice these little measure marks, and what we have is a road that is substantially less than 20 feet in width, 11 feet in width for a large portion of it, with a good assemblage of properties accessing it. About 12 dwellings total after the Elk Lodge driveway. And I don't know how many of these vacant parcels are actually legal lots of record, not just tax lots, but I assume at least one or two of them are. And so there may be even some more properties that are accessed by it. And when we consider our road access standards, one, because we have this public road, we can consider our public standards. And so the right of way is good, it's 50 feet in width, but the actual road improvement width, like I said, is less than 20 feet. And we have a skinny, quote unquote, street standard currently in our code that's 20 feet and allows access for up to 20 dwellings. And typically it would be on a cul-de-sac or something like that, no more than 400 feet in length. In this case, Belton Road is about 1,000, and you don't have 20 dwelling units, but you do have a road that is substandard in width. Now, the conclusion that we drew at the commission level, or excuse me, I'm sorry, administrative level, before it was appealed to the planning commission, was, all right, well, access is kind of weird. And there was some testimony and stuff that brought up this blind corner here. And this is an important corner because it feeds most of the homes that use it. And so this little area is pretty key, because if you're coming out this way, it's an important place to be able to look westward to see if someone's coming. It's the best opportunity for that. And if you can see that someone's coming and there was a turnout, that would give you the opportunity to pull off to the side, let them pass, and then nobody's health is in peril. So before, one of the conditions was, all right, well, access is weird, there is a standard we can look at for this turnout, but it's a private road standard, not a public road standard. Now, our code has some provisions that says, well, when things are weird, it lets us think weird in regards to the standards. And so the theme of the weird here is applying our private road standards to the public right-of-way adjacent to the subject property. Now, just for your understanding, I created this hypothetical exhibit. This is not based on any actual development proposal, but the normal application of our private standards is when basically there's insufficient room to create lots with a public right-of-way. And so you would have the lots, and these are the conceptual lots, which is a maximum of 6 normally per the code. And then you would have this easement here that would be shared between the properties, which would have that access. And so you would be saying, okay, well, it's weird under the circumstances, but if you can get this turnout there, it improves the situation for the purposes of this partition. You create a new land, you create a new entitlement to development, which allows more dwelling units on a road that's already substandard to city standards for access. And the private standard is normally a maximum of 6, and there's more than that accessing it now. 10 dwellings and probably more than 10 lots, but we didn't go into the research to determine, what are tax lots and what are legal lots of record. So from my perspective, it's kind of like, well, we had all this appeal stuff that happened at LUBA and the Planning Commission too. And if you recall, for those of you who were with us the last time around, there was a drain field easement that was also a subject of the decision. And there was a condition in there to get rid of it at the administrative level. And that was actually the Planning Commission's basis for denial, and that easement obstructed access to this parcel. It was a very large easement. That easement no longer exists. And so the LUBA application was withdrawn, new application was submitted. And so it's kind of like we're back to square one without that easement, and back to really where the staff level decision is to approve the partition with the condition of this turnout given the substandard road improvements. Now, at the very other end of the spectrum, you could say, well, we're uncomfortable with that. And then the standard is to allow that road or in the staff report. At the other end of the spectrum, you could consider denial. I think that the default recommendation would be where we left off at the staff level, is approval with the turnout, with the conditions in the staff report. Of course, that's notwithstanding the testimony that is inevitable for this one, which you are about to hear. So you'll want to keep your eyes and ears open in your contemplation of this decision. And that's what I got.
Any questions for staff?
Where is their driveway? Is it running on the east side? The picture's gone.
Okay, I'll get the picture back up.
Is it a shared way with the other house?
So where's the proposed access to proposed parcel 2?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. So the access to the site is via Belton Road, like there. So here is the subject property outlined. And note this Gray Cliffs Drive private road through here. So on the partition itself, so this is Gray Cliffs Drive, which is mostly on the adjacent property on the west side, but as you traverse easterly, the road creeps to the north, actually onto the applicant's property. But the easement for both ingress, egress, and utilities is this L-shaped figure here. So it runs along the south portion of proposed parcel 1, which is just south of the house here. And then also, and then runs north here. Now, it's interesting that the house is not included, but I do recall looking at the distance of this easement to the house, and we didn't see any setback issues. When we have an easement, that does change the yard standards. So I don't remember that being an issue. It's not something we brought up, and the house hasn't moved, and this easement hasn't widened since then. So I don't think that's an issue.
Is it a shared drive with the house 1?
It could be. If you look at this little branch off, you can see that that is used, and so there may be some sharing. And what the minimum driveway for the house or whatever kind of development occurs on parcel 2, if it's 1 or 2 houses, it's a minimum 10-foot wide driveway, unless more is required by the fire marshal, which is covered. So in this case, they have this 30-foot swath here, and then I believe this is a 50-foot swath here for that 10-foot driveway, depending on where it can land, given topography, trees, springs, other natural features, and then also for utilities. So it could, there's enough room basically for spaghetti in regards to access and utilities.
Jacob, so except for the easement, the sewage easement, or whatever it was called, this application is identical to what was before?
That's
Or
correct.
shapes and sizes and locations, and there's no surprises here.
That is correct. Yep. It's more polished given the challenges than the original application. For example, the tree plan is a lot more detailed than before. I think this hammerhead was added as part of the planning commission appeal. It was kind of later on at the administrative level, but yes, where this line is at is the same, where these buffers are at is the same, where this access is at are the same. So it's essentially the same application minus that 1970s era drain field easement.
Any other questions for staff?
No.
All right. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
And I just want to, there's Damien, I'm sure he wants to speak. He represents the applicant. Well, we know Damien's going to speak, but just to remind everybody, in case anybody got here late, if you would like to speak, please send a message to Jenny Dimshow. She is the host of the Zoom, and she's going to help us manage who's going to speak or not. Damien, are you? Yeah, you're unmuted now, are you?
And just remember before you start, Damien, so we'll have an order of things. The applicant will make their testimony and a presentation, and then there could be a testimony in support, and then a neutral testimony, and then a testimony in opposition. So please wait your turn for the particular kind of testimony you might want to give. Go ahead, Damien.
Okay, so Damien submitted a presentation. I'm going to put that on my screen, and then Damien, just let me know when you want the slides to be changed.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jacob, for teeing this up. Thank you, Jenny, for letting me in with and off of mute. Planning Commission. It's an honor to be here tonight and to speak with you. My name is Damian Hall. I'm an attorney with a law firm called Ball Janik in Portland. We represent the applicant in this matter, Lindsay and Andrew Schlumpberger. One thing to note is that if you can visualize that map, the Schlumpbergers, they live on Parcel 1. So you may hear different things tonight about the impacts of the proposed partition and in different ways, but this is their backyard. They are not asking anyone to do anything that they're not willing to do. They're not out of town developers, they're locals. They're just looking to create a one lot partition and create the ability to build one new single family dwelling. So I want to be real clear up front, sort of what is being proposed. They have a 2-acre lot. They'd like to have 2 1-acre lots. They'd like to keep their single family dwelling where they live and have the ability to create one more. You asked if anything had changed since the first application. I think not on the ground, but one thing that has changed, if you look down to the proposed conditions of approval, those are new. And, I think it came up in some of the testimony that even later this evening, the Planning Commission is going to be talking about potential code changes that allow additional density and single family residential zones and things along those lines. We don't want to get those two things mixed up. We'd like to be very clear that the Schlumpbergers are proposing to create one lot and have the ability to build one house on the one lot. According to the applicants, amenable to a condition of approval limiting their lots to that level of development. Jacob's discussed the issues relating to access. I believe to the question of, is it a shared drive? I think the answer is yes to that, in that there's no new point of ingress or egress off of Belton Road that is being proposed. The existing left turn there onto the private way would be the same driveway that accesses the lot 1 will be used to access lot 2. And if we could go to the next slide. Before we do that, actually, proposed condition of approval 2 speaks about executing a reasonable future street improvement guarantee. And I'll get in a little more into the details about what that means later on, but there is a provision of the code. There's multiple provisions of the code that allow for alternative street improvements. And alternative to what? Alternative to the city's street standards. So I think those are the alternative provisions that Jacob referred to as thinking weird when the access is weird. We'll have more discussion about that, but one way to proceed is through a future street improvement guarantee, and the applicant's willing to engage with the city in that way. So next slide, please. Prior application, all of this was capably handled by Jacob and described earlier on. Glad to take any questions you have on it. But I think these are, it's good to start with the points of agreement, really. And I think we have a lot of them. I think the vast majority of approval criteria here there's sort of mutual agreement among the staff, the applicant, and everyone who's testified in the record that those standards are met, with the one exception of issues relating to Belton Road. So if we go to the next slide. Talking about the base zone, this is the R10 zone. What's being proposed is consistent with the purpose of the R10 zone. Larger urban residential home sites. We believe that 1-acre lots with single family homes on them meets that criteria. It should be noted that what is being proposed is a use that is quote unquote permitted outright in the R10 zone. So keeping that in mind as we proceed through this analysis of what is the code required. Under the base zone, this is a use that's permitted outright. Functionally, we are just asking to create one lot that meets and exceeds the minimum lot size in a residential zone that allows residential uses, and we're proposing one lot and residential uses consistent with all the development standards. So this is a use that's permitted outright. Next slide, please. All right, so the partition standards. I think, so I've put the language there of the adequacy of public facilities standard so that you can have that in front of you and have that in your mind. I think based on the record, as I understand it, with the exception of Belton Road, there is again mutual agreement that all of the other public facilities are perfectly adequate. And the rest of my presentation is really going to kind of focus on Belton Road. So Belton Road, as mentioned, as going from where the Elks Lodge is to where the Slumpburgers live, is a public right of way, which property owners dedicated the full 50 feet that meets the city standard, but due to a number of constraints, including topography, mature trees, wetlands, and basalt rock deposits, the actual surface of the road was never constructed to full width. So Belton serves 10 homes, and I believe that count, based on aerials, includes a couple of ADUs. And if this partition were to be approved, that the applicant would hope to build the 11th home on lot 2. Next slide, please. So the question is, what does the city's code require the planning commission to do and decide when presented with a partition proposal that's clearly a permitted use, but is on a road that is clearly narrower than the street standards? I'm not going to sit here and try and tell you that Belton Road is anything other than what it is. It's narrow. It always has been. It's not been widened. There are a number of reasons for that. Does that mean that, what does that mean as far as your analysis and decision making? I think, the applicable standards boil down into a 3-step or 3-part analysis. And, I'll describe each of these in more detail in the following slides, but I think these are really the key questions that the Planning Commission is required to ask and to answer. One, just going back to the approval criteria question for all partitions, is Belton Road an adequate public facility? I think if the answer is yes, and everything in the record stays as it is, and there are no other kind of issues in dispute, then the Planning Commission can go ahead and approve the partition without requiring any street improvement. If it's adequate as is, we're good to move forward and just create a lot as is an outright permitted use in the base zone. If not, the next step is to require a street improvement, to improve the safety of the street, to improve Belton Road, to improve the adequacy of access to the new site. So what street improvement is required then is question 2. And so I think this is where, there's going to be a divergence between my understanding of what your analysis is and what you're probably going to hear from some neighbors who don't want a house built. But what we're looking at is really two issues. First, should the full half street improvement for the entire frontage of the applicant's lot be required? As I understand your code, that is the default street improvement that would be required for construction, or pardon me, for creation of one new lot and construction of one new house. Widen the street along the street frontage. It seems from some comments that folks are trying to talk about, the entire length of Belton, and also frontages that don't connect to the, the proposed property where the partition is. I do want to be clear that that's a little beyond the scope of what I believe that your code requires, and requiring a single property owner to be responsible for widening of the entire length of a street on land that they don't own or control seems a little bit beyond the scope of where this analysis should go. So I think as a default, full half street improvement for the entire lot frontage would be kind of the maximum of where what a condition could require. But then going back to the thinking weird concept, there are a number of alternative street improvement standards within your code, and we'll talk more about those. So what are the other things beyond that full half street improvement that could be required? And then going into that, which alternative street standards, there's an argument for no street improvements are required at this point, but they can be deferred till the time of development of the home. I put that argument in paper and it's been presented to you, but to be clear, my client wants to propose the turnout on the 90-degree blind turn right by their property. It's a matter of being a good neighbor. It is a turn that could use some safety improvements, and no matter what legalistic reading of the code, we're very comfortable and amenable to a condition of approval requiring that turnout. And then the question is, if we're talking in the context of alternative street improvements, does the Planning Commission want something else or something different? And if one of the things I'd love to do during this hearing is, if you have questions, feel free to interrupt me. If there are other potential improvements that you're considering, as I know many of you are familiar with the area, please, let's kind of suss that out. Let's discuss them, and let's try and use our time as best as possible, even though we're not in the same room and can't have a conversation quite as fluently as in other times. Next slide, please. All right, is Belton Road an adequate public facility? So I think the answer is yes. It's adequate for what it does and the amount of uses that it supports. If you take a look at the record, there's testimony from many longtime residents of Belton Road and Gray Cliff off of Belton Road that have testified that it is a safe road with adequate capacity. There's some recent testimony that's been put in the record that really wants to make a case that this is a dangerous road because it is narrow. In fact, that isn't actually how traffic management works. Roads that are clearly narrow and have limited street view, while they don't actually meet the street standards, as is the case with Belton, as is well established, it doesn't equate to being dangerous. You'll see some of the pictures later on of Belton Road. What's really obvious is that there are a whole lot of cues to drivers to slow down and be cautious. And I believe that is the case with Belton Road. And I believe that's why you have, unrefuted testimony from a number of folks that they've never heard of an accident happening on Belton Road. And I believe there's one resident who stated that you may remember one accident about 30 years ago. So that's what the evidence says about, is this a dangerous place or a dangerous condition? And the answer is pretty clearly no. So many of the houses that take access off Belton Road won't be impacted. There's a number of houses that are on different sections of the road that are less narrow and have longer sight distances, and are further up towards the Elks Lodge and have no real reason to drive further down Belton Road past their homes. So those houses are counted along with the houses adjacent to the property when coming up with that number of 10 houses served. So it's not that all 10 houses are in the same circumstance or going to be impacted at all by this. A whole lot of them are on a very different looking Belton Road. And then if you're looking at analyzing the safety of the facility when determining whether it's adequate or not, this proposal will improve the safety of the facility. Next slide, please. All right, so step 2 in this three-step analysis is basically what street improvements are required. I've talked a little bit about the half street improvement being the maximum. That ties back to constitutional principles and rough proportionality, and why you can't require one property owner to improve an entire length of a street or half, street beyond what is actually their parcel frontage and doing off-site exactions and that type of thing. So, the general rule of thumb in single-family residential development is at most a new home can be required to improve the street frontage that's immediately adjacent to it. And so let's talk a little bit about what the code expressly allows as far as alternative street improvements in the think weird concept. So as discussed, future improvement guarantees are specifically allowed in lieu of current street improvements. There's a provision that it explicitly allows exceptions to roadway width standards as well. There's also a provision that allows for partial street improvements. If we could go to the next slide, we'll touch on each of those in turn. So here's the code so that you don't have to take my word for it, right? So the city may accept future improvement guarantees in lieu of street improvements if one or more of the following conditions exist. And I would assert that these conditions exist here. Due to the nature of existing development on adjacent properties, it is unlikely that street improvements would be extended in the foreseeable future, and that improvements associated with the project under review do not by itself provide a significant improvement to street safety or capacity. So this is the concept of how do you get improvements along the length of an under-improved street, and do you require a full improvement on one street frontage, even though that's going to, basically be an orphaned improvement? Half of the street is going to look very formal and have a bike lane and have a sidewalk and a curb, and then it's just going to end or fall off a hill or things like that. These are the provisions that allow you, the Planning Commission, not to create nonsensical or unwanted outcomes along those lines. As you can see from the maps that Jacob showed, the pattern to development along Belton Road, it's not likely to redevelop and have absent action from the city like a local improvement district or something comprehensive like that. It is very unlikely that each of those lots will redevelop and build half street improvements that all connect up along the full length of the public right of way. Next slide, please. All right. Exceptions to the roadway width standards are specifically allowed when potential adverse impacts exceed public benefits based on consideration of what the public benefit is. And there's a number of considerations that are listed in the code, and they're listed here as well. And so just to touch on each one very quickly, I know that you've got a pretty packed agenda, but if there's anything that I breeze past that you want to know more about, please don't hesitate to stop me. So anticipated traffic generation, I'm not a traffic engineer, but it's roughly 10 trips a day for a single family residence. On-street parking needs, there is no on-street parking on Belton. That's not required. So we're talking about the potential adverse impacts. Here what we're weighing against are any of these things so beneficial to requiring a full half street improvement along the frontage that it's worth, basically requiring a condition that is, prohibitively expensive and creates an orphaned improvement. And, basically there's not going to be a benefit to traffic generation. There's not going to be on-street parking either way. There's not going to be much benefit from sidewalk and bikeway requirements, because even if there are a sidewalk and bikeway built, they will dead end very quickly, and they will not provide connectivity and safety for those standards, and be confusing to bicycle and pedestrian commuters to the extent that those actually are frequented by those commuters. And then requirements for placement of the utilities. The utilities will be in the same place either way. Street lighting will be unchanged. Drainage and slope impacts, there would require significant fill that would change drainage and the slopes along frontage of the property. So that is a negative mark in the analysis. Street tree locations, you'd have to down a lot of trees. It's unclear where exactly street trees would go as replacements. And then planning in landscape areas. I don't believe that even if we did the entire full street improvement, that planning in landscape areas, behind the sidewalk would actually be required. And then safety for motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. I mentioned that as well. An orphaned improvement, which causes confusion for those type of folks traveling through the area, would not create a safer environment, and also it would be become hazardous quickly as folks go from one surface to another, and there'd be wear and tear there because there isn't connectivity of the improvement to anything adjacent to it. And then access needs for emergency vehicles. There's no less than 3 letters in the record from the fire marshal stating that they've been out to the site and have looked at the access, and that Belton Road and the proposed access onto Lot 2 are sufficient for fire trucks. Next slide, please. And then there's just a standard for partial street improvements. And the standard, it doesn't seem like it fits particularly well here, because as I mentioned, if you see that last clause, this is intended when it would be practical to see that the other side of the street will also be improved when redevelopment happens. That doesn't seem likely here. However, if when looking at the prior standard relating to the unlikelihood of connecting ad hoc kind of parcel by parcel street improvements, if you come out the other way, then we're talking about street improvements. But this is not the most intuitive fit. I really think we're talking either about an exception to street improvement standards, or accepting a guarantee for future improvements in lieu of full street improvement standards. Next slide, please. So then, which alternative street improvement? As you're aware, the proposed turnout, it's a targeted improvement to the most needed area. I don't believe I can describe it better than Jacob did as far as what the benefit is, as far as increasing the view and being able to, maneuver your car into a place where it is safe, but you also have the ability to see around that corner. So I think that is the kind of critical element here, and is addressed well by this proposal. No street improvement until development. I don't think we need to dwell on that. I think that there's a good legal argument there, and it's laid out in my memorandum, but it's not what we are wanting to propose, and we're amenable to the proposed turnout. And then other, we'd be open to having discussions with the Planning Commission if there is an element of an improvement that you think is missing or could complement the proposed turnout. But I would leave that to you to prompt us. Next slide, please. All right, and then just a quick part about state law on conditions of approval, because you may have noticed that in that analysis, there was no alternative of don't impose conditions of street improvements and deny the application. That is not sleight of hand by me. That is actually state law, and state law specifically that targets residential partitions. If you take a look at this, I'm not going to read it all to you, but the critical point, I think, for here is that denial of a residential partition can only occur if there's not a way to condition the application or amend the application to be consistent with the local code. And that's the adequacy standards, and that's street improvements, and that's alternative street improvements to meet those standards. So that is why there's not an offshoot of that 3-step analysis that says if you determine that it's not adequate, you can exercise discretion as a planning commission to not impose a condition and deny the application. I do not believe that is the case here. Next step, or next slide, please. And then this is just the same rundown. Just a reminder what the 3-step analysis is. And with that, we have a bit of more presentation from the applicant themselves who'd like to speak. And I would leave it to the direction of the planning commission, whether or not you'd like to hear that now or as part of the proponents of the applicant portion of the proceeding.
This is the time for the applicant to speak.
All right, and so,
We can.
okay, if we could let the Schlumpbergers off of mute, that would be great.
Okay,
And I
so
guess-
I'm asking Andrew to unmute now.
Perfect. Thank you, Jenny.
Okay, I unmuted.
And I'm assuming you would like the slides up still to show more? Is that the intent?
I don't know that the slides correspond to what is going to be said here, but you know,
Okay,
to the extent the planning commission likes a 3-step analysis, I'm glad to leave it up.
I'll stop sharing. If they want to see it again, we can put it back up.
Sounds good.
Go ahead, Andrew, and if you're ready.
Okay, I was just going to be short here and sweet. I was just, it's kind of got brought up about the safety of Belton Road and everything. I've been with the fire department for going on close to 15 years now. Contacted 911 dispatch or local police, and then I checked in our records. There's, like I said, there's been no accidents in the past 20 years on record on Belton Road. We have no issues with accessing whether fire vehicles or engines, tenders, or anything down there. Said we've had several, 2 different fire marshals that we've had recently come and check out the property. There's no access issues with any fire or emergency vehicles. By approving this partition, we'll have even more turnouts than there are currently. We're going to have 3 additional 24 by 90 turnouts. One of the increase on the 90-degree corner, if that's one of the things you guys would make us do. And then we have one on the Belton. When Belton goes into Gray Cliffs Drive, there will be another 24 by 30, and then one when we're going down into our driveway to Parcel 2, and then not including our, we would also have a fire department turnaround down there on our parcel as well. I mean, so that's, I mean, it's a significant increase in safety if that is a concern for people. I mean, kids, I mean, we have a 2.5-year-old, he rides his bike, plays. I mean, we have no issues. People drive extremely slow. That's why, I mean, it's a narrow road, so people drive extremely slow on that. There's other streets that are way more narrow in St. Helens area, like Gray Cliffs Drive and Gray Cliffs Court on the opposite side of the rock wall. When we respond there and for medical calls, we can't take our fire engine down that because there's no turnouts, and there's 13 houses on that. There was many turnouts on Belton Road. So that is just what I wanted to bring up. And then, like I said, I mean, by increasing this safety of the road and then increasing the improvements of the road by, if we approve the partition, we're gonna have increased we're gonna have to pave 600 feet of new asphalt. I mean, all the way down Gray Cliffs and then down to our property, and that's increased safety, increase the Belton Road. So that would help out a lot there. So that's basically all what I had. There was also some things that, actually that's it. That's all I'm gonna bring up.
All right.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Yeah, my wife, Lindsay's going to say something.
Great.
I don't know if you can see me. I'm Lindsay. Can you see me and hear me
Yes, we
okay?
can. Yes, we hear you too.
Okay. I'm co-owner of the parcel one that we're proposing to have this partition done on. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about some of the support that we have for it and kind of our intentions and what we wanted to do with our land and in this proposed into the neighborhood. So you're going to hear a little bit from some neighbors who are opposed to this change in this little community and who oppose our partition. However, we do have multiple neighbors who do support it and who have signed letters of support for this partition. And then there's also several who are just indifferent and don't really care either way. Those letters we did submit with the partition and they should be in the application and they should be there for you guys to see. We didn't ask those neighbors who do support it to provide testimony. Our intent is not to create any kind of divide between neighbors. We've spoken to many people. We have built friendships with these people, and we respect their decision whether they support our petition or not. We're not trying to create any divide. We're just trying to, take this rare opportunity that we were given to enjoy this beautiful property and just, fully be able to use it and to build a home there like many of our neighbors have had the opportunity to do and just maintain the privacy. And, even do some improvements to help our neighbors with the road and better visualization. The other thing I wanted to talk about is kind of our intentions with this property. And as many people know, with these, not new zoning, but new state mandate guidelines that are going out for ADU and duplexes, that we realize that there is a much easier way that we can accomplish what we're trying to achieve with this partition. And that would just be waiting to July when these guidelines go out. But however, that's not really our intent. We don't want to overdevelop this private land. And although we may be able to put a duplex on this property and create 3 separate structures, that's not our intent to overdevelop this land. Our intent is just to have one single home where we can live as a family and maintain the privacy of this small community. Despite the year-long battle that we've had creating this partition, the endless stress that it's created for our family and the financial burden that we've endured, we still intend to do the right thing here. And we believe the right thing would be to partition this property to build a single home for in the future, knowing that it's going to create an extra work for us and extra expense on our part to improve this road. Expense that we wouldn't necessarily have to do if we just waited to July and followed the new guidelines and were able to build a duplex. There wouldn't necessarily be any requirements to do any road improvements and would create more traffic with an extra dwelling on the property. Like I said, we're locals here. My husband has grown up in this community. We love this community and we feel blessed to live here. We're not out-of-towners. We're not looking to take advantage of this small neighborhood and overdevelop it. Like I said, anyone could easily come in here and build 2 additional structures without any of this headache, without applying for an application, without spending hours and hours and bringing in all these legal to it. They could build 2 separate structures, have 3 homes on this 2-acre lot, and create more traffic without proposing any change and without doing anything that would benefit any of the rest of the neighbors or the community. We are just simply asking to build one home that is on a lot that is more than adequate to do so, a task that many of our other neighbors have been able to do without any of these hardships. So we're just really asking for you to take into consideration our request and the fact that we are trying to help our neighbors. We're trying to do it the right way, even though it has been a lot harder to do so. And I know that a lot of this testimony was also going to be about the road. So Ron was going to speak briefly too on the topography of the road and why it is the way it is. I think he's on a separate computer. He might just need to be unmuted.
I'm not seeing anyone named Ron in the list.
Oh, it's probably under
Tammy?
me. Yeah.
Okay. I've asked to unmute you, Ron. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Belton Road, Gray Cliff Road, Gable Road, Clark Street, and the new middle school. They all have one thing in common, basalt rock. It is why these areas are underdeveloped or do not have full sewer capacity or infrastructure. St. Helens is known for its basalt rock. It is why most contracts have a rock clause. When any excavation or dirt work is done in the area, many contractors have found out the hard way when doing any work, as original bid can more than double when hitting some of this hard basalt rock that is known in this area. Why do I bring this up? Well, it is why that even though Belton Road has a 50-foot wide easement, that it does not go down the middle of the street right away. It is pushed to one side or the other due to the topography, wetlands, large trees, and yes, the basalt rock that is more than prevalent in that area. It is why that area is underdeveloped and why the streets and private drives are narrow. As the benefit versus the cost, not only preserving the value of the area, high valued homes, some built directly on the same basalt rock would cause unrepairable damage, both economically and environmentally. Yes, there is a reason why the streets are narrow in that whole area. Does that mean it is unsafe? No, it is a fact that narrower streets are safer in that type of area where there is other constraints such as large trees, rock croppings, wetlands, and cliffs. It makes people drive slower. It is a proven fact. I would like to close in stating that this is a young family, has done everything they've been asked to do. And they're trying to do the right thing. Please do the right thing and approve this partition. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak in favor tonight? I'm not seeing anyone.
Anyone would like to speak in neutral testimony? Not to
Okay.
interfere or against?
Seeing Jerry. I'm asking to unmute Jerry.
Can I also please just remind you to say, to please state your name and address for the record when you speak.
Jerry, you're being asked to unmute. You should see a dialogue on your screen that lets you speak.
Can I speak now?
Yep, we can hear you. Looks like you muted yourself again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hey, I do these Zoom meetings once a month, this time 2 times a month. Jacob, Jen, and Planning Commission. My name is Jerry Belcher, and I will use the term we, myself, etc. And when I do that, I'm talking about my wife, Lynn, and myself. We both feel the same way about this. I am here in support of the application. My name is Jerry Belcher. I live on 105 Belton Road, St. Helens, Oregon, 97051. I've lived in St. Helens for 47 years. I've been active in the community in lots of areas. I've been on the Planning Commission, been on the Arts and Cultural Commission, and now I'm on the Parks and Trails Commission. I care about St. Helens. My wife and I, we have owned this property where we live now for 36 years, and we've lived here for 29 years. So we owned it for several years before we built a house here. My wife and I are for the approval of the application to divide 106 Belton Road. So I'll refer to this property as 106 Belton Road, not by their lot numbers. We support it to be divided into 2 parcels with conditions. The property is owned by Andrew and Lindsay Schlumpberger, obviously. After proposed application, parcels 1 and 2 will both be over 1 acre. And just for information, there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. This property right now is 91,960 square feet. We're talking about a huge piece of property here for the average resident of a city. You know, I mean, out in the country, that would not necessarily be that large. It is my understanding that the major issue or concerns is the safety of Belton Road, and that's also Lynn and our concern. Belton Road is a public roadway which is maintained by the city of St. Helens. The city has resurfaced the road, and I could spend an hour telling you about how all the residents in this area work to get that area resurfaced, but that's a long story. And the city regularly sweeps the road, and they'll gravel it when there's snow and that sort of thing. When the city resurfaced the road a number of years ago, they did place a turnaround at the first driveway. And as been mentioned before, there are 3 residents that use Belton Road before the 90-degree turn. The other 6 or 7 use it after the turn. So there is kind of a distinction because the sight distances are good on the lower part. Plus there's a nice turnout there. The big issue is the 90-degree turn in the road. Where am I at here? So there is a turnout by the first driveway down lower. Ambulances, fire vehicles, police, postal service, and commercial vehicles use the road. The commercial vehicles like Amazon, FedEx, and Hudson's Garbage. Also, this area is very popular to walkers. Almost every day you'll see 2 or 3 groups of walkers come through this area because there's a trail that connects the back of this property to Gray Cliffs Road. So it's a very popular area for people to walk in because it's pretty much forested in part of it. To give the Planning Commission an idea of traffic on Belton Road, I will give the following anecdotal observations and opinions. If those of you who know me know that I do have opinions. In the 36 years my wife and I have owned the property on Belton Road, we are not aware of a vehicular accident on the road. Or has there been an accident with foot traffic either, people walking their dogs and that sort of thing. In the last month, and I should have kept a tally on this, I meant to, but I didn't. In the last month, I have met 1 or 2 vehicles on Belton Road. Now I want to repeat this, guys. I come and leave my property 2 or 3 times a day, a lot of times, and I can only remember 2 vehicles I've met on the road. So yes, it could be, you know, there's, what does I say, 10 houses, 11 houses down here. So it is used, and there could be accidents that people were speeding, but most of the time people do not drive down here. Let's see where I'm at. I'll leave that out. Okay, in addition, traffic studies have shown that narrower residential streets decrease traffic accidents. And as several people have already mentioned, Jacob, Damon Hall, I think Andrew, that just because a street is narrow does not mean that it's not safe. Like in St. Helens here, you can go to Parkway Street. It has, I went and counted how there's 16 houses on that street, and you can barely get 1 car up and down it. My daughter lives in Portland, and in the area she lives in, the streets are narrow. They allow parking on both sides of the street. And I was there Sunday, and on the way home, once I had to pull over to let a car by. A little bit later, another car pulled over to let me by. So, you know, having narrow streets is, yes, it can be inconvenient, but it doesn't mean that the streets aren't safe. Conditions of application. I know that there's more than just 2, but there's just 2 that I really want to address here. There are 2 conditions that will have a major impact on this subdivision, in my opinion. We believe that the requirements of the Planning Commission to have a 24 feet by 30-foot vehicle turnout at the corner of Belton Road. When I say the corner of Belton Road, I mean the 90-degree turn is very, very important. As Andrew mentioned, there's places you can pull out. If there's one place that's kind of bad, it's when you are leaving, what do I want to say? You're leaving the area and you come around and you're starting to come around the corner and you meet a car. And that's happened to me numerous times in the last 29 years. It's difficult for the car that's coming up the road. They have to back back because that section of the road coming up to the corner is really the only real narrow spot in the road. If there is a vehicular turnout there, which is required, then when a person exits the area and they come around the 90-degree turn, they can pull over and let the oncoming car by. Even though that doesn't exist currently, to my knowledge, there's never been an accident there. Okay, the other issue that my wife and I feel is important is what was called the hammerhead, and what's on the drawing is called the fire apparatus turnaround proposed on parcel 2. We think that it would really be nice if the fire department could come down in this area and have an easy way to turn around and get out of here. Currently, they can turn around by my driveway, but it's probably not the easiest thing for them to do. We believe, my wife and I, we believe that Belton Road will be safer than it is now with those two things, the turnout and the hammerhead, even with the addition of another residence on parcel 2. In closing, my wife and I support Andrew and Lindsay Stumpberger, the owners of 106 Belton Road, to divide their property into 2 1-acre plus parcels with conditions. We believe this is the right thing to do. They own this property. And as I've stated before, I do not see a real safety issue on that 90-degree turn, especially if there's improvements made on it. If you have questions, I'm really willing to answer those.
Thank you, Jerry. Is there anyone else in support of the application? See anyone, Jenny?
I'm not seeing anything in support. I do have a few in opposition. If we're ready to move on, it looks like.
I just wanted to give somebody a chance. If they have a neutral testimony, they're neither in favor nor against the proposal. We asked for that earlier, but then Jerry actually was in support. Okay, not seeing that. We'll now open it to testimony in opposition. So Jenny, I don't know how you're gonna select one at a time, I guess.
Mr. Kearns will go first, and then we'll have Ms. Hill, Tracy.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Daniel Cairns. I'm a land use lawyer, and I represent Tracy Hill, who's the neighbor who lives next door at 250 Belton Road. And she, if you recall, she was involved in opposition to this partition a year ago. I submitted a letter dated yesterday into the record, and I also asked that the record from the previous partition application be included in this record, so you can look back to see what issues were raised, how they were addressed, and refresh your memory as to the Planning Commission's discussions that went on in those hearings. I think there were 2 or 3 hearings that were part of the proceeding. And I've also asked that the record be kept open after tonight's hearing for at least 7 days to respond to any new evidence that comes in. I think it does boil down to the single issue, the width of Belton Road, width of Belton Road. And there's also the number of homes that are potentially buildable along Belton Road in the near term or the long term, especially as you're looking at implementing House Bill 2001. I think that's coming up later on tonight's agenda, and will basically eliminate the single family zoning regulations in the state and allow duplexes on every legal lot. And so I think you heard in Jacob's report that there are undeveloped lots farther down Gray Cliffs, and those can develop by right. One of the arguments that Mr. Hall has raised is that creating a new lot doesn't amount to development. But what it does when you create a lot is it gives an entitlement to build a house. There are already existing legal lots down Gray Cliffs that could build houses. And what you're being asked to do is, should we create a new lot that will also contribute traffic to Belton Road? You don't have any control over houses being built on existing lots, but you do have control over the creation of new lots that will contribute new trips to a road that is already way below your standards. If you recall, your primary deliberation last time was a hearing on July 1st. And if you look at the minutes from that meeting, most of the discussion focused on Belton Road. The Ms. Hill's septic easement was part of the discussion, but most of the time was taken up talking about the condition. All of you appeared to be quite aware of how, I mean, certainly it's an understatement to say it's very skinny, it's very tunnel-like, it's way below the 34-foot pavement standard for local streets. And I think significantly, it's way below your skinny street standards. The last time the Schlumpberger's attorney argued at length about, go with the skinny street standard, go with the skinny street standard. And I think today you received a memo from Andrew Schlumpberger arguing for skinny streets. Well, in Portland, we're all about that for sure. And you've adopted skinny street standards. They're in the code. They're 20 feet wide. And this is, barely more than half of that. So it's way below your own skinny street standards. I don't think there's any evidence that it is currently unsafe, that people have been run over or there have been accidents. But the thing is, your street standards are based on public safety requirements. Otherwise, why have them? Sooner or later, there will be something happen. Someone will get hit. Perhaps it'll be a vehicle, but I kind of doubt it, given the very kind of constrained tunnel-like effect that this roadway has. I think more likely is it'll be a bicycle or a pedestrian. But in any event, it hasn't happened so far. But what you're being asked to do is create a new lot that doesn't exist, and that would give an entitlement to develop a new house. And already there are undeveloped lots that have that same right. And so I think the question before you is like, at what point, when are there enough dwellings serving this roadway that contribute trips to this roadway? So if you go through the arguments that Mr. Hall has presented, some of them are applicable and are pretty rational. Some are less so. So the argument that this doesn't constitute development, therefore the street standards don't apply. If that's true, then a subdivision, all it does is create new lots. It doesn't necessarily involve development. So the street standards wouldn't apply there. I don't think that anyone would agree with that. So for sure, the street standards apply. And it's true that a partition is as, I guess, low in impact, small in impact, a development as you could hope for. It contributes incrementally very little, but when you add it to other lots that could develop a house, at some point you do have a problem. And this roadway is already way below standard, already serves quite a few homes. And the bulk, I think, of Mr. Hall's discussion is about the limits of your authority to impose conditions to upgrade all of Belton Road. And I tend to agree that the big showstopper is offsite improvements that are not a direct result, needed as a direct result of a particular development. But in this case, this is so fundamentally below city standards already, and you're being asked to create a lot that doesn't exist. I think the starting point should be, it doesn't meet the standards. It can't even come close to meeting the standards, not even the skinny street standards. And therefore denial is the option, the first option you would have to look at, rather than imposing a condition that they upgrade the length of Belton Road to 20 feet. Someday that might happen. That might be a city public works project. It might be, if someone proposes an upzoning, it would be a comprehensive redevelopment of this area perhaps, but that's way in the future, not likely to happen in our lifetimes. As things stand now, this road is way below city standards, way below the skinny street standards. And even if you look at the statute that Mr. Hall closed with, state law that requires local governments have to endeavor to condition projects to bring them into compliance with the standards. Even that one doesn't save this project, because there's no way that you can condition this project to bring Belton Road into compliance with even the skinny street standard. All they can do is add a turnout at the corner, and that isn't going to improve or make any safer the remainder of the roadway. In fact, it might actually encourage people to drive faster. It might have the opposite effect. So what you're stuck with is a road that isn't even close. It can't meet standards. I don't believe that you have the authority to impose a condition requiring the entire improvement of the entire Belton Road to 20 feet. But until that happens, I don't believe that this partition can be approved. So those are the comments I have. I think Tracy Hill is also here, and she can relate to you her personal observations about the roadway. But there's nothing about the takings case law that applies to Oregon or under the federal constitution that requires you to approve this project, this proposal that is so far from meeting the city's local road standards.
Tracy, would you like to speak?
I do. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Ha, sweet. First of all, super sorry this is going on for so long. I'm going to make this brief. I wrote a bunch of stuff out tonight. You've already heard everything that you needed to hear about the skinny street standard and everything else. And you know what? That's actually incredibly more important than maybe you might understand it actually is. I've lived here for 4 years. I've not noticed what Jerry mentioned, which was, I've only ever seen 2 cars on the road. I mean, I see quite a few, myself included. But what I wanted to talk to you about was not so much the skinny street standard, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what's gone on before this night. You may remember that last year I gave testimony, pictures and everything else of what my new neighbors, new to this particular neighborhood, did the moment that they moved in. They took heavy equipment down to the beach. I mean, they took up trees. They did everything without, outside of any permission from the city. And that was called to your attention, or the city's attention, by me. But I guess let me backtrack. Based on what they've done so far, I don't think that we can trust what they say. That's my personal belief. I think it's borne by a lot of things that they have done and will continue to do. They do ignore the rules. They do seem to feel a little bit entitled to do whatever they want. What I'm going to tell you is a little bit hard to say, and it's the absolute truth. They have intimidated people since you made your decision last July. It's been a little bit hellacious around here. I'm not permitted to tell you who they have approached. Walking down the street to my house. They have intimidated people who were seniors, which is kind of a big thing for me. Other neighbors walking down to my house. It's been heartbreaking to see these people shock and fear. Absolutely. Not long ago, a friend and my son and I were down just behind my house, down walking on that strip of land that is protected, and I was doing a photo shoot. I'm shooting pictures of my house with my dad's camera and all kinds of cool things, wildlife and so forth. When we were coming back, we got, we saw my neighbors running pell-mell down their lawn toward us, and they shouted at us. What are you doing with that camera and everything else? I mean, it was just, everything about them is incredibly unnerving to this day. Asking us what right we had to be there, what right we had to take pictures and everything else. I actually called St. Helens police when I got home just to say, I'm not bringing up a big, huge deal, but things are getting a little creepy around here. And he said, noted, and so forth and so on. They have, I was asked to not tell you that the Schlumpburgers have personally visited some of my neighbors, threatening them if they oppose this partition, promising to build duplexes to make their lives unbearable if they speak up in opposition. I can't tell you the specifics because these people are literally terrified. And you know what? Their intimidation worked, as evidenced by the fact that I'm the only one here tonight speaking in opposition. And I can't tell you who these people are until they decide that that's what they want to do. That's how bad this is. The Schlumpburgers will do everything in their power to get what they want, even if it means intimidating my neighbors and friends. After the PC denied this partition, based on my septic easement, Schlumpburgers sued me in court to try and force me to relinquish my easement. They also filed an appeal of your decision with Luba. They weren't just going to accept your decision, they're gonna get what they wanted no matter what. In the middle of trying to defend an incredibly defensive lawsuit that they filed against me, my mom died suddenly and without any warning, and it was devastating, and it leveled me. At that point, the Schlumpburgers offered to settle with me out of court. They offered $10,000 and then $20,000 to me in exchange for my support of their partition. Not only would I have to agree to not oppose them, but they even wanted me to sign a letter stating that I supported their petition. I have it all. The terms of their settlement also stated that I had to agree to not speak with my neighbors or anyone else about this. And to be honest, just losing my mom was a really, really hard time. I wasn't thinking clearly at all. But despite that, I was cognizant enough. I knew enough that I couldn't do this. I couldn't let them buy my silence. They could threaten me and make my life uncomfortable, but they weren't and are not going to destroy my neighborhood or my relationships with my neighbors or my neighbors with themselves. And it's just wrong. I still live here. I love my neighbors and I love my neighborhood. So I did the only thing that I could do at that time. Instead of accepting their hush money, I terminated my own easement. And I did it so that I could stand before you tonight and tell you my story and appeal to you as my fellow community members. I don't know why they're dead set on ruining the nature or the ecosystem in order to build a house on sand. I don't know why they don't care about that tiny strip of land the prior owners bought in order to preserve the environment. I don't know why they want to ruin the beauty that we've all enjoyed for so many decades. They want their dream house right in the middle of it all, on a tiny strip of land that is closely surrounded by a fragile, protected ecosystem. It surrounds precisely where they intend to build a house. That will not only ruin the beauty for literally everyone, but will most certainly destroy the fragile ecosystem there. It may not be much to some people, but to us, to our community, that stunning Dalton Lake, Columbia River land is sacrosanct. Dan spoke of legality, the impossibility of using Belton Road as it is, 8 to 11 feet wide right now for increased traffic for their house or duplex or whatever it is that they will build. If you don't know Belton Road, I urge you to please come down here. It's pretty cool. Plus I serve coffee. You can see for yourself, and it doesn't just that it just doesn't support any increase in traffic. The hairpin curve beyond my house is so sharp that the few vehicles that travel down here have to stop and creep around it super slowly just to make sure that a pedestrian or a child or a pet isn't hit. The turnout in the road is sufficient for an ambulance to pull over once somebody is hit, that particular turnout. A turnout is just one thing on Belton Road, which is so narrow, we can't even get yard debris trucks down here. My driveway is a very popular place for turnouts for police, a lot of police, ambulances, this kind of thing. But we can't even get a recycling truck down here. Yeah, I have to take it to the dump. I'm asking you, I am pleading with you, please deny this partition. With a little more time, I will get further environmental impact opinions. I'll get a count of the several species of endangered bats that live in our trees, the impact that removal of non-native vegetation like blackberries has on a riparian area. There are so many reasons not to grant this partition application, but there's only one reason to grant it. And that's so the Schlumpburgers can build their dream house, no matter what. There are innumerable areas in St. Helens that are perfect for their dream house. But don't threaten the environment and don't ruin the sanctity of what we love most about living here, which is the wildlife, the wild and untouched beauty, and the awesome responsibility that we all share in preserving our area. And thank you, that's all.
So I want to give one more opportunity for anyone who'd like to speak in opposition. I haven't heard from anybody. Just give it a couple seconds here.
Last call.
Not seeing anyone, so I think we can move on to applicants rebuttal. Who is going to be taking that on? Is that Damien? I'm going to assume so.
Yes, that'll be me. I
Great.
think you can hear me.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, folks. I'll keep this short and sweet as far as rebuttal goes. There's only two speakers to rebut to. Both, Ms. Hill and her attorney have the same position. They don't want another home built. Ms. Hill made it very clear that she enjoys the land the way it is. However, this is the Schlumpburgers property, and as you've heard, it's 2 acres. And as you've heard, it's in a residentially zoned area, and there is a number of limitations on what the city can do as far as stopping development of residentially zoned areas. So keeping that at a general level, I want to bring us back to what are the standards here? Because you heard a couple of things, but what you didn't hear was any discussion about what is the code, what standards are you, the planning commission, and intended to apply here. What you heard, and I'll start with Mr. Kearns, because I think there were pretty much 2 points that he made. One, that Belton Road is below standards. It does not meet the city's street standards. That is accurate. However, the next logical step is where he goes wrong. If you follow his analysis, if a street does not meet street standards, all partitions on that street must be denied. That simply is not the case. If we go back to what the criteria are, and I'll read it to you, it's about the adequacy of public facilities. It is not that any street that is more narrow or has a more narrow surface area than would be required by subsequently adopted city codes is inadequate and therefore cannot serve any further partitions. Adequacy and the street standards are not synonymous. They're not the exact same thing. So it's not an analysis of either the entirety of Belton Road gets widened to 20 feet or nothing can ever be developed on Belton Road again, which is what is being proposed by Mr. Kearns. Again, the analysis is that 3-step analysis, right? We're not saying, we're not trying to tell you that the street standards are met. We are telling you that your code anticipates situations where streets do not meet the width standards. There are explicit code criteria about exceptions to street width standards that apply here. And we are trying to come up with the best improvement that is both practical, feasible, constitutional, and addresses the safety issues with a 90-degree turn, which, as you heard, are acknowledged by the folks as the problematic area on Belton Road. I think everyone agrees that folks slow down for the 90-degree turn and don't crash into each other, so it's reasonably safe in that cars are not colliding. However, if you provide a place for folks to pull out of traffic and move their car safely forward into a position where they have a view of oncoming vehicles, all the better. It also provides that turnaround for emergency vehicles. You heard Ms. Hill say that her driveway gets used as a turnaround for emergency vehicles. I imagine that will mitigate that impact that she currently has to suffer. The other point was, I think that Mr. Kearns made, and he tried to say that this is kind of a catch-22. There's no solution here, that you can't condition the application to meet the standards of the street standards, because that would be unconstitutional. Therefore, you must deny the application. That is the exact opposite of the rough proportionality test and the exact opposite of what constitutional law demands here. The way that test works is it's a burden shifting test. Basically, if you want to impose a condition of approval, is it roughly proportionate to the impacts of the proposal? If it exceeds those rough proportionality, then the condition needs to be scaled back to be roughly proportional. The answer is not denial of the application. Also, the burden shifting element is that it is the city's burden to demonstrate rough proportionality. All that being said, the applicant is amenable to a package of approval conditions, which we believe make clear the intent of what is being proposed here. It's clear, and as was stated, Ms. Hill, she has trust issues with the applicant. However, we're standing here saying, please impose a condition of approval requiring us to build these turnouts, impose a condition of approval requiring us to build the turnaround in the Hammerhead, impose a condition of approval requiring that only one additional home be built on these properties. And all that technically is voluntary, but we think it is part of what should be done as a good neighbor. We are not trying to have an overly negative impact on the community. We realize it is a narrow street. This is a single home. And I think, you know, I will leave it at that. I don't want to get into kind of, you know, a back and forth about ad hominem attacks and personal things. I think this is really an issue of let's take a look at the standards. And there are numerous paths for the Planning Commission to approve the partition based on alternative street standards and alternatives to requiring the widening of the entirety of Belton Road. And I think that's consistent with how this body and the city have interpreted its code, because we have to take a step back and ask ourselves, how did all these houses get built on Belton Road, right? If you can't build a house on a street and you know that is the width of Belton Road, how do we find ourselves in this place? And if we're going to make a blanket interpretation and decision that no more houses get built on Belton Road, is that not a residential moratorium on building new houses in an area that's zoned for more housing? You know, these are not, I'm not saying these are easy policy questions, but I am saying that we don't actually need to tackle them because there is a very specific analysis that applies here. And it is, can one lot partition be approved? And must it be approved? Yes, it is an outright permitted use under the base zone. The circumstances trigger each of the alternative street development standards and street improvement standards we've talked about. And I believe that with the as conditioned, that this proposal meets all of the requirements and approval criteria before us. So I'd love to take any questions on any facet of this application. I think it sounds like we're going to have an open record for a bit, so we'll be communicating in writing, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to have this kind of face-to-face interaction with the Planning Commission while we're all here gathered together. And I see Tim's on now. Hey, Tim.
Yeah, Tim's here to keep me out of trouble. I do have one comment about the condition where the city would restrict the use to one dwelling, notwithstanding our requirements per House Bill 2001. I suspect that we cannot do that. And so another thought I had, well, what if you self-imposed a CC&R that did that? And I believe, although I don't know what the specific date is, there was a certain point in time when you couldn't do that anymore. So there may be a problem of the city imposing a limitation on use of the parcel.
Well, I'd gladly respond to that. I would agree with you if the scenario were that the applicant were not amenable to the condition. But in a situation like this, where the applicant is proposing the condition, the city can impose a condition that it otherwise would not have the authority to under the approval criteria.
I don't know, Tim, if you have any thoughts on that.
You know, I think that's a tough question. You know, the statute is written to try to prevent such a thing, but we don't have any case law yet on whether a self-imposed condition could accomplish that. So it's probably worth a try. I don't know that we can be certain that it would be enforceable later. One other question I had for Damien is I know that your memorandum and in your presentation, you made reference to a future improvements guarantee. Is that a part of the package of voluntary conditions that you're proposing? And if so, what would be the content of the guarantee?
Can I ask that, Tim, that just because I'm not familiar who you are, could you introduce yourself as to?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. My name is Tim Ramus. I'm with a law firm called Jordan Ramus. And my particular specialty is land use, and I serve as the city attorney for the city of St. Helens.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I apologize for my informal attire at the moment.
Well, yeah, I'd love to respond to that a little bit about what the future improvement guarantee means. And so the source of that is the St. Helens code that says that a future improvement guarantee, the city, quote, may accept a future improvement guarantee in lieu of street improvements if one of the more following conditions exist. We believe those conditions exist. That's code section 17-152-030 sub 1 sub D sub minaret 3. And that's slide 9 that I went through before. As far as the condition, what would actually be the content of that agreement? I don't know if the city has a form, but my understanding based on the context is if there is a kind of coordinated effort to make future improvements, something like an LID or some other financing mechanism that the city would put together and implement at a future date, that what that agreement would do is guarantee that the Schlumbergers paid their fair share based on the benefit to them of the street improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Currently, the conditions as approval, as written in the staff report, assuming approval, talks about the turnout, but it doesn't get into anything beyond that, street improvements and such like that. So if it is written, the turnout would satisfy the access question, unless of course the planning commission wished to impose any other such conditions.
I think, Jacob, that's a really good point, right? As written, the conditions don't go as far as what the applicant's proposing. We wanted to make very clear that we are proposing one lot and one house, irrespective of whatever the law may be, sometime in the months ahead, and whether or not we may be able to otherwise have the right to build a second house on each lot or a duplex or however that looks. We want to be clear that we are willing to, relinquish that potential future right. And what we are, the objective here is one lot, one house.
So I might just interject here. In a normal face-to-face hearing, as each person makes their testimony, we have, as commissioners, an opportunity to ask questions, and a little clunky in this setup. So I just want to make sure that the commissioners all had a chance to ask a question of, I think we could ask of anyone who testified, if you wanted some clarity before we close the hearing, or before we continue on, rather.
I don't see any takers.
Okay. Well, since the applicant is asked for, not the applicant, the opposition is asked to keep the hearing open.
Yeah, so we need to talk about that. So the opposition has asked for the record to be left open. And so normally what we would do, and I'm assuming that is to be left open for additional written testimony. So our normal course of action then is to leave it open for a certain amount of time, at least 7 days for written evidence. Then that would be followed by a comparable window of time, again, at least 7 days for anybody to respond to that written evidence. And usually when there's attorneys involved, they also would like the opportunity for final written argument. And so when the record is left open, we usually assume that. Of course, if you don't want that, please speak up. But that would also be a minimum of 7 days. I spoke with Damien briefly about this fairly recently, and we talked about the 777 thing, and he suggested that his clients may want more time. So
if I could interject on that, I think as long as the planning commission has room on their agenda for the next meeting to revisit this topic, we'd like to proceed with that as an objective. So not stretch this out more than it needs to be.
okay, so if that's the case, and we stick with 7 for each of those categories, we're talking about the first opportunity for additional written evidence would bring us to March 16th. And then the second window to respond to written evidence would bring us to March 23rd. The final 7 days for final written argument brings us to March 30th. And that gets us enough time to assemble that stuff for deliberations of the commission. So at that point, the public hearing would close. So the public hearing will continue in a written form. At the end of that third 7-day window, everything would close, and the planning commission would be able to deliberate at their April 13th meeting to render a decision. And we would want to make sure that the applicant does agree to these extensions for the purposes of calculating the 120-day rule. So I want to make sure all the legal counsels are in agreement with that timeline.
So you're not talking about a continuance to the whole and keeping open through the next meeting?
No, that is, we're not, there isn't a request, and correct me if I'm wrong, to continue the public hearing. In this case, it would keep the record open for written testimony only, and all that would be closed per the dates that I expressed. So it would purely be deliberations with no other items for the record or testimony at your next scheduled meeting. So you get a bunch of more stuff to read to make a decision, essentially.
And that was how I understood the request from Mr. Kearns. But to the extent that the planning commission prefers to have more testimony at their next hearing, I certainly wouldn't tell you not to continue it, but I don't know that it's hard to tell it whether or not there are more questions if folks are ready to just make a decision and deliberate.
But we do have to kind of determine what we're doing now.
So Mr. Kearns is no longer in the meeting. He had to hop off. Tracy has asked to speak on behalf. Can I unmute Tracy?
Yeah, Tracy, it's important that you're speaking procedurally, not substantively. Otherwise, we'd have to redo testimony, rebuttal, and all that stuff.
No problem. The only thing that I wanted to say was, since he's not here and we were talking about keeping the record open and continuance and all of that, there's no objection from him, of course, to continue this proceeding, keep the record open, do the 777 and revisit for a final hearing, right?
Revisit for deliberations. The hearing will be closed. Yeah.
Yes. So you'd ask for assent from counsel, and since he's in another city attorney meeting, that's obviously what we want, is to keep the record open.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. So we have a green light from the opposition. Unless the planning commission is burning for additional testimony, I think it makes sense to go with the good old 777 rule, unless Mr. Damian Hall objects, of course.
Planning commissioners, you wouldn't have an opportunity to ask questions during that time. We just received the written testimony and rebuttals. That's correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Right.
If we do continue the public hearing, we would need to go through the rigmarole of those in favor, those in neutral, rebuttal, and all that stuff.
Yep.
When do we deliberate?
Well, potentially, so if you continue the public hearing for testimony, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there would be another opportunity to try to leave the record open for written testimony. I don't know if you can do that indefinitely or not. I haven't dealt with that.
Well, if in the course of deliberation, you turned up additional questions that you really thought needed to be answered, you would still have the option to reopen the record, renotice the hearing, and get that additional evidence, but in writing or orally. So that's not precluded by going to deliberation.
Okay, there's just a potential inefficiency because we would have to renotice and wait for that and stuff. Okay.
Right.
All right, well, that's good to know. So potentially, well, if it's just 777 and you stick with your record and, discussing with staff is not deliberation, then, or excuse me,
It's not
testimony.
a party contact.
Yeah, thank you. Deliberations would be inevitable at your next scheduled meeting. If you had a burning desire for more stuff, we could open it up again. That's probably, if you're looking for a path of maximum efficiency, sticking with the 777 rule is the recommended choice.
So just for procedural clarification, then leaving it open isn't only for rebuttal of what we've already heard, it's potentially having written testimony, new testimony.
That's correct. That means we could have testimony from all sides and potentially from new folks who may have not attended. And it would be this process all over again.
So it seems to me we're hearing the same thing that we heard last time, and that we'll continue to hear the same if we continue it. So doesn't seem like we're going to move forward except for maybe having more neighbors submit letters, but I'm ready to deliberate if that means anything.
I will comment here that I hear you, and that's probably likely that you'll hear more of the same, but it's possible that something new could come in. But we're all bound by a state statute that says at the first evidentiary hearing, which is this one, if one of the parties asks for continuance of this type or leaving the record open, we're bound to allow it. So they did it under a statute that allows it by right.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can't say to heck with them, we want to deliberate now. But you can say, well, we'll honor the 7-day rule, and hopefully we don't have new questions so we can deliberate at the next meeting.
Is there a decision the planning commission needs to make here? Is that?
I think that the easy decision is to honor the request for additional written testimony, and based on the dates that I stated, I can state those again if you want to make sure that they are clear. But that would give us a body of work to deliberate as scheduled, and we can, announce that here, that deliberation would occur at the next meeting on April 13th. And it would be the first item, so 7 o'clock.
So you could administratively handle that request. It's not a planning commission vote to accept that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think we need a motion. as long as everybody agrees to those dates and understands it. So again, so the first 7-day window would bring us to March 16th. The opportunity to respond to anything submitted in that first window, that would be till March 23rd. And then the final written argument, which isn't supposed to be new testimony, it's just kind of the bookend of, well, here's the summary and why our side is right. That would bring us to March 30th. And then we would have time to assemble the record and get that to you for deliberations at your April meeting. Sounds like that's where we're landing.
Sounds good to me. Planning Commission, if you don't have any problem with that, I think we should
It's a good,
continue the meeting.
I think that it's a good idea.
I
Agreed.
approve.
Agree.
Okay, Tim, are we solid?
We're good. We're good. Thank you.
Never seen you in a baseball cap.
Yeah, sorry.
Interesting.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner, so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask for a short 5-minute break at the lateness of the hour. And if we could continue back at 9:06, is that all right?
Yeah, and just commissioners, remember that you're unmuted. So just be respectful to anybody watching and be aware that this is being recorded for the public, and best to just zip it.
Okay, we'll be right back at 9:06.
When I speak, I don't come on the side, I don't come in. That's what I was getting at.
baby. Please take him back in the bedroom so he's not cut out. Thank you.
Thank you for returning on time.
Dan, will we be limiting testimony to 5 minutes a person, or what is procedure on that?
That will be up to the chairperson if they wish to do that.
Okay.
I don't know how much testimony we have. We do have several people hanging out. And for those who are in attendance, sometimes public hearings last longer than we thought. And that one obviously lasted 2 hours. And so if you're waiting for the code amendments, thanks for hanging in there with us.
I think all the commissioners are here. It's now 9:06 p.m. The public hearing is now open. This is a legislative land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is amendments to the St. Helens Community Development Code. The applicant is the city of St. Helens. Because legislative proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, the commission must take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a conflict of interest or bias on this matter? Kind of weird for this.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Does anyone from the audience want to object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision on these code amendments?
And just a reminder, if anybody wishes to speak at the opportune times, message the host, Jenny Dimshow, if you wish. And there'll be an opportunity later on to provide testimony about the code amendments.
Does part of this affect Russ and I? The letter we received?
Well, you own property that's residentially zoned. So, yeah.
Well, we received.
Yeah, if you received the letter, then you were a property owner and potentially, so it would be good to at least note that you are potentially affected. And really this one's hard not to be affected because it's pretty widespread. We sent notice to pretty much every residentially zoned property, as we'll see in the presentation.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, it'd be pretty hard not to.
Yeah. So I guess you would have to search your soul. And do you feel biased being on a position like the Planning Commission where you're providing a recommendation to the council?
I wanted to know if we had to state that it affected us.
It's always wise, so people are aware.
Russ, speak up.
Well, didn't everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Didn't everybody in the city pretty much get the same letter like you said?
Yeah, we sent out about 4,000.
So, I mean, why Sheila?
That affects me too, because my rental is.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're all.
Well, I just meant as commissioners, we had to state as such.
Yeah, we're not picking on you. Audrey is just being very good about process and being open and avoiding any concept of fun of business.
We're all equally affected.
It affects all of us, doesn't it? If we live in the city or if we have property in the
I
city.
own commercial property in the city. I don't own residential property in the city.
Commissioner Pugsley's the only one that can make a fair decision.
All right. I'm done. See ya.
The rest of
no presentation.
All right. Rules of the conduct for the hearing are set forth on the handout on the table in the back of the room, but there's no back of the room. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, close of the hearing, close of the record, deliberations and recommendations. The following statements are made are to be made at the commencement of the hearing. The standard for a recommendation by the commission shall be based on City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.20.1201, standards for legislative decision. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable standards previously listed or such other criteria in the code or plan which the person believes applies to the recommendation. All right, let's bring in the hearing, the staff report.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to share my screen. And I know that, so you can all see this?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I know most of you have sat through a version of this a few times, and I appreciate working with this over the course of months, but we're finally here, the public hearing for you to formally consider these amendments and make your recommendation to City Council. So this is the last one, at least for this batch of amendments. So I appreciate your work and effort on this as we've trudged through it. So now kind of my course of managing this presentation is there's certain segments. And what I'm going to do is pause for about 20 seconds after each segment to enable you to write down any questions that you have. We're going to cover a lot of material, and I want to avoid questions until the end because you may have a question that's going to be answered later on. And so I will announce those quick pauses just so you're aware, and that will help flow of the presentation and hopefully keep us from being here past midnight. So first of all, it's 2021 and we're dealing with development code amendments. And I know the Planning Commission knows this, but people who are watching live or may watch a recording may not know some of this. So I'm going to talk about some of the fundamentals to hopefully have everything make as much sense as it can to people who don't normally attend or deal with code amendments, zoning, and all that fun stuff. So the development code is a municipality's code that regulates development. It's zoning, what can you do, where, do you have landscaping requirements, are buildings supposed to be separated from property lines, all that kind of stuff. A lot of stuff that we'll kind of show here. And the process of adopting development code is different than other portions of the city code in that there's a process where we have to notify the state 35 days in advance so they can make sure we're complying with state laws and stuff like that. And so it's a whole course of process that we have to go through. And you notice in the title, this relates to House Bill 2001 and housekeeping. And we'll talk about 2001 quite a bit. Housekeeping is just miscellaneous other stuff that we add to the amendments because amendments are a bit of a process, including because we have to notify the state and make all these findings. And so it's efficient to kind of throw some other stuff in there that we know could use amendment, but don't take as much time. So that's kind of what we're covering generally. House Bill 2001 really focuses on duplexes. So what this House Bill, well, let me back up. There's kind of two main sources that are prompting us to really recalibrate our zoning laws, at least in regards to single family dwellings and duplexes. From the state of Oregon, we have House Bill 2001. We are a medium city per that bill, which means we're over 10,000, but under 25,000. So we're obligated to allow duplex anywhere we allow a single family dwelling, and we have to do that by June 30th. So, as far as code amendments are concerned, it's been a pretty tight timeline to meet, but we are on schedule. And in fact, talking to the state, we were the second one to get our amendments in. So that makes me feel good because it has been quite a bit of work and has taken a lot of time, especially on my part, to stay on schedule, late nights and things like that. I found out that thinking about presentations works good for me after midnight. So St. Helens can meet this requirement by doing nothing and letting a model code take over or amend our own policy, and using the model code is a bad idea. It's messy. We don't want to go there. The other source that we have to prompt us to look at this is our housing needs analysis. This was also adopted in 2019, like the bill. And there's a couple of things in there. One is allow duplexes in our zoned land. This goes way beyond what was even contemplated there. And just as a note for the future, one thing in our our housing needs analysis was to develop a cottage cluster code. When the COVID stuff first hit about a year ago, we kind of wondered, God, are we going to hit a recession? When we had the Great Recession, we had a lot of time to work on code amendments. And at that time, I was wondering, God, maybe we'll get a head start to really work on cottage clusters and maybe multi-dwelling development to really fold into these amendments. And we had to wait for the state to come out to work on these amendments. But development really stayed pedal to the metal, and we just stayed super busy. So that unfortunately wasn't the case. That'll be an exercise sometime in the future. So let's talk about cities and counties affected by House Bill 2001. This map shows that. Whenever I show this map, I like to point out lonely St. Helens. If you look at the Tri-County area, Columbia, Clatsop, and Tillamook, we're the only people doing this. So I don't have many shoulders to cry on as far as this effort is concerned, as far as neighbors. So we've kind of been lone soldiers in that regard. Now, if you're looking for a refuge from places that won't allow these duplexes, this map is a good representation of that. You could look for a city smaller than 10,000, but another thing to consider is older CC&Rs. Newer CC&Rs, you cannot prohibit duplexes, but older ones, in effect, can still prohibit duplexes. The city does not enforce CC&Rs, so you do have to have a functional homeowners association for that. So a side note for anybody who's frightened of the whole duplex thing. House Bill 2001 is all about advancing the missing middle. And the missing middle in regards to housing is basically everything in between your good old standard detached single family dwelling and your larger apartment complexes. It's this whole cadre of stuff. Being a medium city, our obligation is for duplexes. Like I said, we do want to cover cottage courts and maybe bleed into some of these other uses, look at our older codes and, are they up to snuff? But that'll be an exercise into the future. A little bit of history. Los Angeles and New York had their first residential zonings about 100 years ago. And by 2019, 75% of land in the United States, at least according to the New York Times, was restricted to detached single-family dwellings only. And really, we're in this first wave of change. The city of Minneapolis in 2018 changed their comprehensive plan to start weeding out single-family dwelling zoning. And just last year, they started to implement that. But then Oregon passed this House bill. And so we're doing this kind of early on. I think over time, we'll see a lot more communities do this. We're just kind of at the forefront. It was forced by the state, but we did take great effort to, make sure that this was some quality work. So those are the basics. If you have any questions about that, I'm just going to give you a little bit of time to write down any questions. And that gave us a chance to hear that dog barking in the background. So next section, let's talk about zoning. So one of our tools that we have in the city to kind of dictate what happens where is zoning. And here's our zoning district map. And, note these colors here ranging from tan to brown. that is our cadre of residential zonings, and you can kind of see where it's at generally. Now, we talked about early on sending notice out and properties affected. And if we take our zoning map and black out those properties, you know, that's where we sent notice to. All of a sudden, you don't see any of these colors. As I mentioned earlier, this was about 4,000 property owners, and we wanted to meet our legal obligation as well as make sure people are aware of what's going on, both for interest of their property and to be aware that the rules are loosening substantially, enabling them to up densify their property potentially. They still have to deal with building code stuff, but the zoning and development code is going to be a lot easier, as we'll talk about. Now, not everybody looks at zoning maps every day. You know, planners do. So I always like to add an aerial photo just to give people a little more context of the reality of what the zoning map looks like. So just to kind of give you a little bit of geographic context there. Now, if we look at all that zoning in tabular form, and this is a list of residential uses. There's a few things I want to point out on here. The duplex row is highlighted. That is the major focus of these amendments. And note that in the R10 zone, this is our lowest density zone, duplexes aren't even allowed now. And then in a couple of our zoning districts, R7 and mobile home residential, they require a conditional use permit. And that is a special permit that requires a public hearing before you folks. It can intimidate a lot of people. And, you know, when someone comes in, I want to build an ADU. Well, you need a conditional use permit. It requires a public hearing. They go running, screaming. So that's going to end with these amendments. Another little Easter egg I threw in here was cottage clusters. We know we're going to work on this eventually, and so I wanted to make sure this table worked for that. You know, currently not allowed anywhere just because we don't have the rules for it, but that's something forthcoming. Something else I want to point out that we're proposing to change in this, attached single-family dwellings. Those are typically narrower lots with a building that straddles property line or more than one property line. And later on in this presentation, we'll have a visual of that. But there's not a lot of property zoned mobile home residential. In fact, if we kind of look at our zoning map, we have Crestwood up here, which is already developed, and then this property just south of that, which is undeveloped. And you know, an emphasis of this zoning district are manufactured homes, and manufactured homes would not fit on an attached single-family dwelling lot. So it doesn't make sense for those to be allowed. And it also makes it really awkward to have a lot created that needs a conditional use permit to build on it. And so we are proposing to eliminate that as part of these amendments. That's not required by... That's not required by House Bill 2001, but is one of the things that we looked at and went, that doesn't make sense. So if we
I'm confused about the manufactured home lots versus duplexes with tech construction.
Yeah, I think, as I said, if we leave the questions to the end and you write your questions down, it's possible that your question will be answered as we get into further slides. Okay. So here's a comparison of where we're at now. Like I mentioned, duplexes are picked on in some of the zoning districts, and where we have to go is make sure it's permitted across the board.
Question. Permitted is one thing, required is another. Are we talking about permitted or are we talking about required?
Permitted. And again, please leave your questions till the end. Write them down. That's why we're having certain pausing moments in this presentation. Which actually, that's this is another opportunity for you to write down any questions you have. There's the dog again. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a neighbor dog that barks all the time.
They heard you.
And then I have dogs that bark too.
Dogs are psychic. Okay, so one of the big questions that we had, that we talked to the Planning Commission and Council about early on was, well, so if we have to allow duplexes, do we stick with the conventional, building 2 units in one building, as in these 2 examples, or do we allow 2 detached units as well? The Planning Commission was resistant to the detached units, but the council, with one person disagreeing, felt that going with 2 detached units was the way to go. And so that's what the proposal is. So anywhere we allow duplexes, we could also allow 2 detached units. Now, what that brought up for us is, okay, well, how do we make sure we're not discriminating with duplexes? And if there's a greater potential to have multiple units, how do we deal with that? So we talked about having distance standards between buildings. And what we discussed, as you recall, is a tiered system based on zoning, which differs based on zoning, just like your perimeter setbacks. And what we don't want to do is create law that is stupid, doesn't work well with each other. And so what we did here is we took, we created these conceptual lots based on the minimum length and the minimum width, and then included the normal building envelope, rear setback, front setback, side setbacks, and then how if we had 2 roughly equal sized building footprints, what kind of footprint can we end up with given this new interior separation? I should also add another thing that we're including in these amendments is, for a long time, decades, most of our zoning districts, except our highest density one, had this 35% lot coverage. And that is basically the total building or structure footprint on a lot. And one of the things that the council wanted to make sure we included with these amendments is to increase that to 40%. And it's really logical given this new allowance for separate structures. So as I mentioned, they're tiered based on zoning. So in R10, you have this 10-foot standard. In R7, it's 7, R5, 6, and then AR is 6. In this case, we can get really close to that 40% rule and have pretty good sized development footprints. So great, R10. R7 with the 7-foot separation, still you can get really close to that 40% and have reasonably sized building footprints. And I should add, you can still go up to 35 feet in height with these footprints. So there's a lot of opportunity to build. If we go to the R5 zone with the 6-foot separation, still we're getting close to that 40% and still having footprints of around 1,000 square feet. Now, our apartment residential zone allows a higher lot coverage. It has a 50% lot coverage. And this is one that the Planning Commission talked about, where we're changing the minimum lot size and dimension. And it's kind of the midpoint between what's required for duplexes now and what's required for single family dwellings. So what's proposed is a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size and a 40-foot lot width. Currently, for a normal single detached dwelling, the minimum lot size is 3,050. with the 30-foot width, and for a duplex, it's 5,000 with a 50-foot width. So we're kind of meeting in the middle. The Planning Commission felt that was a better lot size to kind of maximize the potential of some of these changes. And in fact, if we look at the same exercise with these detached units, you know, we can get fairly close to that 50%. And there are some allowances that allow certain things in the setbacks that would enable you to get to the 50. If we look at the same thing with our current standards, it's a little more challenging to get to that 50%. And so it seems like a logical change, and there hasn't been any opposition, at least from the Planning Commission and City Council on that matter. Now, if we're talking about more duplexes, more opportunity for 2 detached units on lots, we really have to look at corner lots and those standards as well, because you could easily have you know, a facing a side street and the main street. So one of the things that we did was relook at our rules that allows projections into required yards. So this is a conceptual lot. It looks pretty big, and you have your setbacks shown here. So this would be your front, this would be your rear, this would be kind of the interior side yard, and this is the exterior because we're on a corner lot. And usually the side on a corner lot's greater than the one here. And so I'm going to talk about these as they're color coded. The yellow represents an allowance of porches in front yards, which can be covered. So that's okay now. And it can be uncovered now as well. So that's not changing. Now the red represents chimneys and also eaves. And that is allowed along all yards, front, back, sides, and that's not changing. Now, blue, so here on the flanking street side, currently an uncovered porch is allowed now, but because of a greater propensity to see this happening, we're changing to, proposing to change that to a covered porch as well. So more in line with the yellow. And then given this interior yard requirement, the green, there's a provision that allows stairs and landings because you have to be able to get to the site within the yard in between. Another thing that we kind of added on here, just to make sure everybody was aware, was this small shed. Sheds too small to require a permit, 200 square feet, aren't subject to the normal distance requirements from property lines. There is a no closer than 3-foot rule, and that would be the same for in between buildings. And so this building separation rule is only for larger structures. We didn't want to encumber those smaller sheds. If you recall, very recently, well, a couple years ago, within a couple of years, we changed that shed rule from 120 to 200 to align with the building code. So we don't want to take some steps back in regards to that. So if you have any questions about this section, please write them down. I'll give you a little bit of time to think about that here. Sounds like the dogs are sleeping. No barking that time.
My wife got him under control.
Okay. Dan, the dog whisperer.
No, Janice, the dog whisperer.
Okay, so parking, everybody's favorite subject, but this is really something that touches a lot of people on a daily basis. And, you know, when the state was talking about this with communities, parking is a big issue that came up. And times change. You know, 100 years ago, cars were in their infancy. You still had horses, horse rings, manure management. We really don't have that now. Now we have automobile management. 30 years from now, as micromobility evolves, you know, we may be laughing at getting in these steel contraptions and driving around. But for the foreseeable future, this is our mode of transportation. So we have to talk about parking. Now, first, we got to look at our standards. Currently, our standards generally say 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Now, when we talk about apartments, there's kind of a spread of 1 space per studio, but when you have an apartment with 2 bedrooms or more, it's 2 spaces. Now, for duplexes, if we do 2 spaces per unit, that requires a total of 4. Now, what this House bill says is we cannot require more than 2 spaces per duplex, period. So we're restricted to 0, 1, or 2. In our discussions with the Planning Commission and Council, everybody thought 2 was the way to go. And by the way, if we did nothing and let the model code take over, the model code says you can't require anything. And so that's motivation for us to, you know, adopt our own law. So that's the quantity question, 2. And that's pretty easy. But then we have a question about, well, how do we calculate those 2 spaces? So let's look at a lot, and here's the scenario. So you have a lot, you have a house, you have a driveway, and this driveway leads to a garage. Let's imagine that the garage is here. Now, currently, we do not allow tandem parking, and that'll make sense as we look at some of these exhibits. So in order to have 2 off-street parking spaces, they would need to be side by side. And it's very common for the garage to support that. So 2 cars in the garage, great, it meets the 2 spaces, good. Now this could be a duplex, it could be 2 separate units or 1 dwelling unit. You know, we can't require more than 2. So that's okay. Now, if we go to this next exhibit and, you know, just having 2 in the driveway and 1 or 2 in the garage, does this count as more than 2? And based on our current code, because these cars essentially block this one, this would still count as 2. So if someone wanted to convert this garage to living space, well, they still have the driveway, so they have 2 spaces. The city does not require its parking to be covered. I have dealt with that in past jurisdictions, but that's never come up here, luckily. So this is okay being uncovered. Now, one of the questions, and if you got this letter, we actually posed this question to the community just to see what kind of feedback we get based on parking touching everybody's lives. So currently, this would not count as 2 spaces. And so a really key question as we recalibrate our code is, do we want to allow tandem parking? And if so, we'll make sure that is explicit and unmistakable in the code. So currently, this would only count as 1, it wouldn't count as 2. So should this count as 2? And just another example, if someone had a single car garage, based on the way we do it now, and they wanted to have 2 spaces, you know, this kind of thing would work, but not that. Second. All right. Now, this is a very crude drawing. It's one of the last ones I did, but I wanted to kind of explore lot sizes and driveways in the context of this tandem parking issue. So if we take a 40-foot wide lot, and remember, we're talking about changing the apartment residential lots from 30 to 40 feet. So if we have a 40-foot lot and you have a standard 18-foot wide driveway, you can get your 18-foot wide driveway, still have room, 20 feet for an on-street parking space. So you still have on-street parking capacity with lot sizes 40 feet or wider. But when we start talking about narrower lots for attached single-family dwellings and such, then it becomes kind of a different story. On the top side here, these are 25-foot wide lots, which is the width in our R5 zoning district. And if you had 18-foot driveways, there's some problems here. You don't have room for off-street parking if that's possible on the street. And the other issue that you run into is your wings. So usually driveways, you start off with the throat, and then you have the wings, and then the normal sidewalk. And those wings, to meet disabled person requirements, have a maximum grade of 8%, and the landing after the wing is supposed to be at least 4 feet. And that's going to be a challenge getting there with this. Now, if we allow tandem parking, and based on our current standards, it would be a 10-foot minimum driveway width. There is a greater potential for on-street parking and to meet some of those disabled person requirements. Here, you would just have to have one big, huge driveway approach, which may not be as accommodating for our non-vehicular users of the streets, strollers, people in wheelchair, people walking, and things like that. So that's one of the things to consider. Another thing I would like to, so one of the questions for you is tandem or not. And the other thing is, let's say, well, you're uncomfortable with tandem. The council kind of, well, they wanted us to explore flexibility in parking standards. So another thing we could look at is if a standard parking space is 9 by 18, in the case of duplexes and single family dwellings, instead of an 18-foot width, allow a 16-foot width when 2 spaces are side by side, which just happens to coincide with the standard garage door width. Looking at plans over 20 years, typical double garage has a 16-foot wide door. So that's another kind of question for the commission as we explore parking. So here is an example from another jurisdiction. And I actually did site inspections here about 15 years ago. And, it was one of those like, holy cow moments. And what happened here is you had this older home, which was surrounded by vacant land, and it was chopped up into a pretty dense development. But there's some interesting things going on here. So you have this 20-foot road, which is typically no parking. Let's pick on this house here. These are about 40-foot wide, so you can get 2 cars parked in front of it. And in this case, this person's parking in front of their own driveway approach. Well, they're not going to complain because, it's their own, at least I'm assuming that. But imagine that these people had 2-car driveways and the amount of additional parking capacity you would have. Even with some bonus parking area here, in this scenario, you have people parking in the street, parking in front of their own driveways. And then you have this situation going on here. These little things shown there, those are bollards. Those are removable bollards. And, there's only one way into this subdivision. So this is kind of the secondary emergency access. And if we look at that a little closer, you can see this red line, which is no parking fire lane. But under these circumstances, you have about 6 vehicles that you would have to rally out of the way for that access. And so that's one of these, parking's a tough question because there's pros and cons both ways. And I think, one of the issues is people buy what they can find or afford, not always what they need or want. And so it's one of those classic issues. And in St. Helens, we don't have a robust transit system. So two big questions are tandem and then the width allowance. I'll give you a second to write any questions down before we move on to the next section.
Do you want to live in this neighborhood? I would not. Just leaving it there.
Yeah, that's a question, and that's why I had this example. It's good to have examples. You know, if I had all kinds of time, I would throw all kinds of examples on here, but it's been pretty tough keeping up on schedule, although we did, and we have gotten kudos from both the DLCD and the Fair Housing Council of Oregon for our efforts. So at least it has paid off, and some people appreciate how hard we have worked on this endeavor. So the next thing we get to talk about is streets. As soon as I find my place. All right, so this is a page from our transportation systems plan, and it just shows street hierarchy. And we have arterials, we have collectors, and local streets. And the reason we have these different classifications is we have different standards. These higher classifications like arterials and collectors are meant for through travel, and then local streets are meant for access. If you go to a freeway, you don't have direct driveways off a freeway because that's the ultimate through access type of street. Of course, we don't have a throughway here. So that's the extreme end. And then the other extremity are alleys where, well, have accesses all over the place. So street hierarchy and types will feed into some of the things we're about to talk about. One of the standards that we have that differentiates street types is right-of-way width. And this is St. Helens here. This happens to be North Vernonia Road, which is a collector. And in that case, you have a 60-foot width. Our local street standards are 50. And then in some cases, you have this skinny street standard, which is a 40-foot width, which you can see in a few places. And the 40-foot width is intended for developments which have limited access, usually about 20 homes. And so you can see these are actually dead ends, so to speak. And the reason we have those widths is to accommodate certain standards within. So I have this slide just to show some examples of all the stuff that goes into a collector street to accommodate or to fill in that 60 feet. And then local street 50 foot has a pavement width of 34. I put that in there to compare to our skinny street standards. And the reason we want to talk about this is we are proposing a change here. So currently we have two standards within the 40-foot right of way. We have this pavement width of 26 feet, and that's to accommodate a 20-foot lane for streets, two-way, and then a 6-foot wide on-street parking swath. And that includes your sidewalks and stuff. We have this even lesser standard, which is a 20-foot paved width, your sidewalks, and then a little bit more room for public landscaping and such. And the argument for the skinny street standard is less impervious area, less stormwater impacts, and things like that. What we're proposing with these amendments is to get rid of this standard and change this standard here to 28 feet. So we still have that 20 feet for two-way vehicle travel, but then 8 feet for on-street parking, which accommodates the city standard. That 6 feet here is a fire standard, but in some of the developments we've had, like Emerald Meadows, it was like, man, this is really narrow. We really should have a better standard for on-street parking, especially in light of the parking restrictions on duplexes and such. So that's one of the proposals. We'll talk about driveways in a bit. I'll give you a second to.
Go back to the next slide while we develop our question. I mean, the last slide, yeah. There,
Yeah.
while we develop our question. Thank you.
So please write down any questions you have on this. Jenny, it looks like there's someone who's looking to get into the meeting. Hey, Jennifer, it looks like you're still writing, so I'll give you a chance to.
Yep, I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So driveways. This is another thing that we looked at. And the reason we looked at this, one, was to make sure duplexes and single dwellings are treated equally, but also based on the experience of looking at things over the years. It was like, well, some of these standards are kind of stupid and ultra restrictive. So this first example, a single driveway per lot, that's allowed now. That's very typical. No change to that. Now, what about 2 driveways per lot along one street? Is that allowed? No. For a normal residential lot? No. And we're not talking about apartment complexes. We're just talking about single family dwelling and duplex lots. Now, we are proposing to allow this when the property abuts a street with no on-street parking. The idea is, if there's no parking allowed, why not give them another driveway just so they have the opportunity to get more stuff off the street. Now, I should point out, if this street here was an arterial collector, there are still spacing standards that apply. And so there may still be limitations on those 2 driveways, but there's several places in the city where it just seemed stupid to restrict it. And so that's one of the things that we wanted to open up with the code. And speaking of a place where the standard is stupid, are places like Du Bois Lane. You have this old street right of way from a long time ago, before our current standards. It's this very narrow lane, and what do you see here? No parking. And a lot of these lots already have a couple driveways, and so why not? Why not allow this in these kind of cases? Similar thing would be Belton Road, where we talked about everything skinny. Why not allow the second driveway? And so, seeing this over time, we realized, yeah, it's kind of dumb. We should allow it in some cases. Now, I promised a slide that showed what attached single-family dwellings are, and basically that is one building that sits across a property line. So you could purchase, you could purchase lot 1 or lot 2 separately, and you share this wall with your neighbor. And so this is an example of an attached dwelling product. And 1 driveway per lot, that's not changing for those. Now, what about corner lots? Currently, a corner lot can have 2 driveways only if it's a duplex. And we're changing that to any corner lot with 1 driveway on each street. Again, still subject to standards. If it's a collector or arterial on one of the streets, it may be a challenge, but this will open up driveway opportunities for a lot of corner lots. And if you have a corner lot, you have more opportunity for your design, given duplexes and the potential of 2 detached units. So I'm going to take a pause for you to write any questions about driveways. Okay, So the next slide, I warn you, it's very colorful, it's very artistic. It's nothing. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk about some of the other random stuff that is proposed. The building code changed some of the rules for signs. So the building code no longer administers signs. So if someone put up a pole sign, the building code couldn't require any foundation details to make sure it's not going to fall. So we're adding that to our sign code. We have in RV parks, our code has a limitation of 30-day stay for RVs. We can't impose that because of state law. So that's something we're fixing. In subdivisions, we have certain ways to control access. And there's this old school reserve strip where we have just this thin strip. And a more modern way of doing that is language on a plat. I know that's not very exciting, but if you really get into subdivisions, you know what I'm talking about. There's some clarifications about sensitive lands and land partitions and subdivisions. In the Holton Business District and Riverfront District zones, which are the green areas here and here, when those were first created, I don't know, 13 years ago. So there was some fee in lieu of for parking and landscaping provisions, which really don't make sense based on the size of these. You know, you may get a pittance of money here or there, but it's never going to amount to anything. And there's already a lot of flexibilities for those standards in these areas. And so we're proposing to get rid of that. And then St. Helens has this interesting scenic resource review provision, which some of you are aware of, where certain streets, first and second, kind of in this area, have this review process about not blocking people's views. And you know, one of the things we've observed over doing that over the years is Riverway right here isn't included in that, even though it's clearly part of that network. And so, you know, that's a minor thing that we're proposing to add. Public comments, we received about 8 of them. A lot of them are in your staff report. It's quite a bit of, well, I don't like this, and we don't support tandem parking. Some of the correspondence you received after the staff report, Les Waters, who I don't know if he's here tonight, but he had a question. He was concerned about these rules resulting in historic homes being demolished in favor of a higher density zone. And his concern was 2 areas. I should have stayed on this zoning district map for the purposes of this. But one of the areas is the Riverfront District Plaza Subdistrict, which is right here. And a lot of our historic buildings are in there. The thing about House Bill 2001 is it pertains to areas where single family dwellings are an outright permitted use. In this area, single family dwellings are allowed, well, residential on the ground level is allowed for historically significant buildings. And so there's that incentive to have it. Given that incentive, I don't see the tear down issue. Les was also concerned about the historic district. And the historic district, let me pull something else up real quick, is this line outlined in red here. And you can see that, you know, includes a variety of residential zoning. And, you know, really the best tool that we have for that is historic landmarks. And, you know, I think it's all about having incentives for people to want to be in historic landmarks, such as grant opportunities and stuff like that. We did have some very recent correspondence from Al Peterson. I believe he's in the audience, so I'm sure he'll speak about his concerns. And if he doesn't, we can cover that at the end. And I got something from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, just a clarification about our parking standards. They just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to require more than 2 per duplex or 2 units. And we can, that's something easy to fix. Now, the last thing that we're supposed to talk about, and this was kind of hidden in the bill, and it's really, whoops, what am I doing? I got to go back to this. We are supposed to talk about other methods of incentivizing affordability for the missing middle. So this isn't a code amendment issue, but it's really a discussion. Now, this came up recently. I haven't had to deal with taxes and such much as a planner, so I'm not as prepared to talk about this as much as I could be. But we're not obligated to do anything, but we're supposed to have a discussion. And so, you know, I don't know if the Planning Commission has any recommendations on things like waiving and deferring system development charges. Now, we can't legally just waive system development charges. It would really be a subsidy where the city had a pool to help pay for those for missing middle, or I'm sorry, middle housing. There's a variety of property tax exemptions, and there's a lot of statutes here. And some of those exemptions are for affordable housing, where you have restrictions that keeps the rent below market rate. And then you also have a tax. So conceivably, you could tax certain development to help subsidize or pay for middle housing. As far as what we do now, we do offer system development charge payment plans. They can be really expensive. And so if there's a payment plan that helps make it easier. Also, when we're talking about 2 units on a lot, our system development charges are based on meter size. And if 2 units share a meter, that is going to help with your system development charges. And another thing that we've done is be creative to help some of these projects. If some of you remember the Community Action Team apartments on 17th or 18th, you know, there was a lot of transfer of density and parking agreements to make that happen. Had to really be creative thinking on that. The city does help Habitat for Humanity on things that where it can. They've waived certain fees that the city is legally able to do so. And then more recently, the Gable Road apartment project, we've at least helped them with their bureaucracy because it's federal funded, excuse me. They have all this weird stuff that I had to help them on, being the responsible entity. So we've kind of done some side things. So I don't know if you have any opinions on this, and you know, if you just want to kick the can to the council, you can certainly do that. But that is the extent of what I have to present.
Okay. Does the panel have any questions of staff now that you've been writing down? This gives us the spot.
I have a couple. On the proposal on the skinny streets from 20 to 28 feet, with one side of the street having parking, how is that going to be implemented? Is one side of the street painted red that you can't park on it? How is that possibly enforced?
Well, and to correct you, that the 20-foot standard is just being axed entirely. At least that's a proposal.
Right.
And we're going to keep the 26 standard, but increase it to 28.
Right. Right.
So there's two parts to that. How do you designate it? And typically it would be having signage and or a painted curb. But then there's enforcement. And in some of the discussions that medium-sized cities had with the state, you know, some of them said, you know, they don't have enforcement, so they build it and then it happens.
Yeah.
If it is posted, our police can enforce. Now, we know that our police are busy. So probably as a matter of practicality, it would be on a complaint basis. So it's not perfect, but at least there is the potential to enforce if designated.
Okay.
How does it two driveways come into that? If you got parking one side and you got two driveways.
Yeah, that's a good question. And the way our code reads now, if there's no parking on that street on both sides. And that's a tough one because, you know, you could have one neighbor on one side that is able to get two, and then the neighbor on the other side, hey, why can't I get that? And so that's the reason we wrote it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another question I had was the examples you were using, I don't know, encroachments, I would call it, I guess, and you had the green example of the steps with the 2 units. Does that include decks? Are decks treated the same way as steps?
No. Let me bring that back up. Now, do you want me to do the whole presentation? I'm just sorry. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Come on, Dan. I know you love this.
Go
we're not
home.
doing that.
But if you want to do it again, you have to bring us treats and goodies.
Okay.
You're in the off.
So, and let me get to that section in the code that, so there's open porches and decks, and then there's stairs and landings. And there is a difference between the two. On the perimeter, you know, covered or open porch in the front, that's okay now. We're proposing to make sure that's okay with certain limitations on the flanking side, but in between buildings, it's strictly stairs and landings. And the reason we did that is, you know, you may have topography issues or something like that. Oh, my screen was never shared, was it?
Nope.
Ah, dang it. Let me do that again. It is getting late. After a 12-hour day, you start to get fatigued. Okay, you can see it now.
Yep.
Cool. So let me repeat that. I apologize. So currently, you know, this represents a porch covered or uncovered. That's okay with certain limitations in the front yard. That's not okay in the side yard on the flanking street, but we're proposing to make sure that's okay. In between buildings, the green represents just stairs and landings. And that's allowed on all the yards, but we're also allowing that on the interior yards as well. So just stairs and landings, not decks or porches.
My only other comment is on the historic district. No surprise that I'd have a comment on that. I don't think it's just necessarily a concern of tear downs to put up McMansions or whatever in the historic district, but if old CCNRs would prevent this new situation, why wouldn't the historic district overlay also prevent it in that area?
Because the historic district is a designation by the federal government. It is not a regulatory overlay or something like that.
And then if that's the case, then if somebody proposes to add a second resident to something within the or a house within the historic district, will the review committee have the opportunity to review that architectural review?
No.
Okay.
Only if it was a designated landmark and they wanted to add on to it, for example, to make it into a duplex, in that case, yes. But if it's not impacting the resource, then no.
Okay. That's all I got.
On the driveways with corner lots, the distance from the actual corner on both sides of that corner lot, how is the driveway distance from the actual corner of that lot remaining the same, or is it changing?
Those standards are remaining the same. There's a couple of them. There's one in our engineering code that says the outer portion of the driveway is not supposed to be closer than, I think, 25 feet to the line, the flow line, which is the curb. And then we also have standards that talks about the separation of the street and the driveway measured from the center line of both of those. And that differs depending on the street classification. I think it's 50 feet for local streets, 100 feet for collectors, and 200 or something like that for our arterials. But the basic thing, there is a spacing standard, and that's why when I talked about those, I kept saying, you know, collectors and arterials are still those other standards to protect the integrity of those facilities. So if you're a property that has, you know, frontage along a collector, usually you'd have to have a larger property or a larger swath along the street to get that second driveway.
And how are these, say, duplexes going to, on like an R5 lot, how are they actually, I mean, in actuality, going to deal with the fact that most garages are not used for parking, they're used for storing? So you still don't get to parking spaces.
Yeah, that's a pretty classic issue. And conceivably, that would be an argument for the side-by-side parking. You already have a 20-foot setback from the front. If you have a two-car garage, you're going to have a driveway that's 18 feet in width to lead up to the garage door, or maybe a carport. So if the garage gets full of junk, you still have that driveway to accommodate the spaces. Whereas if you talk about tandem and you have a single car garage, it is possible that garage gets filled with stuff other than a mode of transportation. And although technically by code it counts as two, in reality, you may only end up with one.
Where do visitors park in a situation like that?
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. The one thing that the House bill does not let us do is say, well, if we have this subdivision and we know it's going to be developed with single family dwellings and duplexes, can we require parking, you know, like parking refuge elsewhere? And this is a question that some planners asked the state. If we looked at that subdivision example in the slides, you saw some of that, and no, we can't impose that. And so that's why we're really looking at our skinny street standards and eliminating the version that doesn't have any on-street parking to help accommodate visitors and things of that nature. Because you have to have on-street parking to be able to manage it And so that's why we're looking at it. And that would be a consideration for, you know, do you do tandem or not? Oh, and I should mention, I showed the exhibits and I didn't show why. If you were going to allow tandem, well, maybe I did. The one example would be if the lot width at the street and further up what we call the building line is less than 40 feet. You know, that would be an example of if you were open to it when you would require it.
That's all I have.
I like the idea of 15-foot wide driveways instead of 18. I don't know what the downside would be of that, but face value seems like it'd be a good idea.
And we said
Bang in
16.
your doors.
We said 16. Now, if you want to recommend 15, that's cool.
You said 16. I thought you said 15. Okay, I heard 15.
Just banging your doors against each other.
Yeah.
And if I said 15, I apologize. But
No,
yeah, I meant to say 16.
You said 16.
So I had a question. It sounded like you said if a shed is less than the 200 square feet, the setbacks are not required?
Yeah, the standard. So currently, if a shed is too small to require a building permit or land use permit, then the standard yard requirements along the perimeter don't apply. But there is a rule that says no portion is supposed to be closer than 3 feet. And that same principle would apply to the building separation rule.
So there's still a 3-foot setback.
Yeah, there's still that no closer than 3 foot thing.
Even if it's not permitted.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Look like that on your drawing, so I was just asking.
No, good question. And something I want to make sure people are aware, you know, we don't want to take steps back as far as our shed small accessory structure flexibilities.
Commissioner Lawrence, did you have a question early on that you wanted to ask? It was something about duplexes being conditional or something. I don't know. It was early in the
Permitted or
presentation.
required was the
Yeah,
question.
right. That's right. I just want to make sure you got that answered.
So basically, Catherine, you know, we're not forcing people to build a duplex. If they want to build a standard house, that's perfectly fine. But the code is reducing the obstacles to having a second unit in its standards to enable people to have higher density on their lots. And it's all about the state's mission to increase this middle housing concept. Because of the housing shortages in the state, the numbers are pretty staggering. So it's all about options. So really there's, you know, when we talk about code amendments, we talk about carrots, you know, oh, here, come on, get this. You know, we're trying to make it easy. And then sticks, you have to do this. There's really more carrots than sticks in this batch of amendments.
If somebody wants to put a second unit on their property, will they pay SDCs again? And what's water meters, those kind of things?
If they share a water meter, then they will be exempt from water and sewer system development charges. And those are the hefty ones. I think some of the other ones still apply, but that is a huge savings on system development charges.
Better like your neighbor.
So I just want to make sure that we respect the people that have been hanging on for some time. In the script, it has applicant's presentation, but that's kind of moot, right? Because that's just the staff.
Yeah, that's my blabbing for the last however long it's been.
So I think we can get testimony in support of the application, support of these amendments. Is there people out there that are still hanging in there that want to talk in support of is a proposed amendments?
So yeah, Al Peterson reached out and said he would like to speak. I don't know if he's in support or in opposition. I don't know in this case if it really matters. You can probably pick and choose what you're in support of and in opposition to.
Okay.
So we may just want to say if you want to talk. So I'm going to ask to unmute Al now. If he's still around. Great.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Oh, good. I have a few points that I want to make regarding this huge comprehensive list of amendments that are being proposed. I did send you an email, or I sent testimony, which I assume was forwarded to you. It was about 4 pages. It talked about the definition of duplexes. It talked about the scenic views or scenic resources or whatever it's called in the ordinance, and it talked about a little bit about parking. Regarding the definition of duplexes, I think that and afterwards, I did have a conversation with Jacob, and we debated some of the fine points of the definition of duplexes. Some of that may have been a little hotly debated, I don't know, but the issue that I have run into specifically is this entire issue of the definition of duplexes versus the definition of apartments. And after I talked to Jacob, I also forwarded to Jacob and Commissioner Carey and Commissioner Hubbard some revisions to my previous definitions based on my conversation with Jacob. The basic issue is this. The definition of a duplex is not changing with these amendments. And the definition of a multi-unit complex or a multi-dwelling unit is not changing with these amendments. So in the past, I had a client who proposed who followed all of the procedures required of my client. The client had a duplex and a single family dwelling on a single lot, non-conforming use. The client, on the client's own, changed the zone to an apartment zone. Okay, so now the client had a duplex and a single family residence on a single lot in an apartment zone. All right, so the client, because the house caught on fire, the single family house caught on fire, decided to build a 3-unit apartment on the lot. It's an apartment zone. However, the minutia of the definition of a duplex says a duplex must be owned on its own single lot. No changes are proposed to that definition. So I came to you, the Planning Commission, at least a year ago, maybe more.
More than that, Well.
Yeah, I described the problem. The problem still exists. There is no change proposed to the definition of a duplex. There is no change proposed to a definition of a multifamily dwelling. So you have the same exact problem. The problem exists. The problem has been dealt with by a person in our city and has cost the client time, money, and in this case, because he decided to go with what the staff recommended, it was administratively reviewed, but it costs this client a problem, and it's a problem. So in my somewhat heated discussion with Jacob today, he explained, well, the definitions don't work out. Well, I sent him more definitions, which are suggestions to deal with the problem. You need to deal with the problem. In the latest set of definition revisions, which I sent, I made the definitions somewhat more broad. I assume Jacob forwarded those to you. But I'm willing to share my screen and I can show you them on the screen. But basically, it's eliminating the idea of a multifamily dwelling must be at least 3 units. Therefore, it doesn't matter in a multi-dwelling situation what you're proposing. The multifamily dwelling unit situation is a multifamily dwelling unit situation, which is an apartment situation, which is relevant to the apartment zone, which should not be a problem. But, that's what happened in the past, but I'm trying to deal with it because I don't want to have the same situation happen again and somebody come along and say, oh, well, let's see here. This is only 2 units. They might be ADA units and it might be a 20-unit complex, but, there's only 2 units in this building and they got to be on a separate lot. It's ridiculous. So get rid of it. I don't care, frankly, how you solve it, just get rid of it. Now, today, when I was talking to Jacob, he said, well, it's also allowed in R5. Well, frankly, I didn't know that. So I looked it up. I thought about it, pondered a little bit, and I sent you new definitions. So, you can take whatever you want, but the reality is, an apartment zone should be allowed, or anywhere, it doesn't matter, anywhere where multifamily is allowed, it should not matter. It shouldn't matter, frankly, if it's 4 single-family dwellings on a single lot, or if it's a 20-story high-rise. It should not matter. It's a multifamily zoned property, period. End of story. So that's all I have to say about it. You need to fix it. You need to no longer have this goddamn discussion of what constitutes a duplex versus a multifamily unit. It doesn't matter in a multifamily zone. Okay. That's all I have to say about that. Now, the second part of my letter that I sent has to do with the scenic resources chapter. And I've always been concerned about the scenic resources chapter. And when I found that staff was saying that this is just, text fixes, I was a little bit more concerned. And I looked at it and I'm like, no, I don't think so. So I sent to you in my letter, and you can read it. I think that the entire chapter should be eliminated. The entire chapter basically gives one property owner rights over another property owner, which it should not have. And I frankly think it's unconstitutional. Now, I have outlined how that chapter does not meet the St. Helens comprehensive plan. I have outlined how there are examples in other cities where that type of ordinance specifically benefits the public. When that type of ordinance is written, it's supposed to benefit the public. Because, as you all know, there's this wonderful term, the public health, safety, and welfare. So we're talking about the public here. We're not talking about private individuals. We're talking about the public. The way that that chapter is specifically written, it only benefits private property. It only benefits private property on specific streets. So in my view, that chapter, that section is entirely unconstitutional. It should not be in the zoning ordinance, and you should eliminate it. Now, the problem, again, that I have with this supposed, let me see, what was it called? Housekeeping. Can you call an enlargement of a zone housekeeping? No way at all. Basically, if you take this scenic zone, which is along certain streets, and say, oh, you know, I think maybe it was supposed to be over here too. Well, why don't you expand it to the entire city? You know, oh, maybe, you know, we think it was supposed to be the whole city. Baloney. The staff report says it's a mistake. Baloney. And I have outlined in my letter, you know, the concept, and believe me, this is a legal concept. I have heard this argument given in courts of law. This argument says, when a legislator or a body, a legislative body, writes a law, that legislative body specifically puts into the law what it wants in the law. What it does not want in the law, it specifically does not write. You cannot expand a zone and put more burden on some properties and give more property rights to other properties and claim, oh, you know, this is just a little text amendment. Baloney. So that's all I have to say about that. But, you know, this is very dangerous territory that you're, wading into. And you should not include this in these little, text amendments. It's not a text amendment. It's an expansion of a zone. The Skinny Street Standard, which was not in my letter. I'm kind of on the fence on the Skinny Street Standard. I get it. But, I have lived in cities around the world. I lived in a medieval city, which is Seville, Spain. I lived in Houston, Texas, which is considered even more of a modernist city than Los Angeles, California. I've lived, of course, in St. Helens, and I also lived in Bangkok, Thailand. So, and I think you all as planning commissioners should think about where you have traveled. Because there's lots of places in the world that somehow survive with smaller streets. And so the problem I have with the Skinny Street Standard is not necessarily the width. I'm kind of on on the fence. I'm kind of on Jacob's side or the staff side with, providing parking on one side. I think that's okay. The problem I have with the amendment that is proposed is a skinny street can only serve 10 houses. So if you think about that for a minute, okay, well, what does that really mean? 10 houses. Okay, well, that means 5 houses on one side. That means 5 houses on the other side. So, if you take Jacob's examples that he's been given today at 40-foot lots, that's 200 feet long. Well, that's not a very long street. All right, so when I lived in Philadelphia, I lived on basically a skinny street. The house, the city was planned 400 years ago. 400 years ago. And I lived on what is now considered a skinny street. Well, I was thinking about that just before I went on to this. And I did a Google search and I found my old house, the house that we owned, 879 Taylor Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And I decided that I should count how many houses was on that skinny street. And I'm looking at that now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 houses on one side of the street. So, prior to this hearing, you had the Belton Road property hearing. And we're talking at that property, what is there, 10 lots down there, 10 houses down there? And even if you allow duplexes, like we're talking about here, we're looking at 30 houses. I lived on a street that had 30 houses on one side of the street in Philadelphia. So, changing the skinny street standard to only serve 10 houses is way too restrictive. It needs to be, I experienced a street that had more, but I don't think that you should reduce it any more than it already is. I think 20 is fine. That's only a third of what I lived on in Philadelphia, but I'm not proposing that you increase it. I'm just saying, reducing it to only 10 is pretty ridiculous based on where I have lived in the world. So, you should leave the skinny street standard alone as far as the number of houses being served. The other comment that I had to do with porches. I believe that the text amendment specifically only allows like 36 inches to encroach on the setback, and then 36 inches is not even enough, frankly, for a wheelchair landing. A wheelchair landing per the ADA is 48 inches. I think that you should increase the porch allowance to like 6 feet. Well, I remember when I was in architecture school, first couple of years of architecture school, there was a place in Florida called Seaside, Florida. It was all the rage. And it had done a significant, what was considered, what did they call it? They called it, I can't even remember what they call it, but it was this new development. And it basically kind of took the ideas of traditional kind of 18th century cities and reinstituted it in a new development. And in that case, that's exactly what they did. They pushed the houses more closer to the street. They allowed the porches to go out into the setback. They allowed a lot of other things to go out into the setback. And it basically created a more street-oriented environment, and it was it won tons of awards. It was a very nice development, and I don't think that, you know, the 36-inch standard is really much of a standard, frankly. It should be more. I think that's all I had to say. You received most of my comments already. I'm just kind of elaborating on them. Jacob, did you send those revised definitions onto the Planning Commission?
I did not. You didn't instruct that that was additional testimony. I wasn't sure if that was just for conversation purposes.
Okay, well,
so I did not.
I did send a copy to Dan Carey, the chair, and I think I sent a copy to Russ Hubbard. Basically, it was, you know, other suggestions to fix this stupid duplex issue. Anyway, I highly recommend that the Planning Commission fix this problem and forget about this whole silly notion of how many attached units should be in an apartment complex. It doesn't matter. That's all I have to say.
Al, did you want to talk about tandem parking at all? You did talk about that in your correspondence.
Well, I did talk about that in my correspondence. Frankly, I don't care. You know, I'm a strong believer in, I think the Latin term is caveat emptor, which means buyer beware. You know, if you buy property, you need to go into the neighborhood, you need to look around, you need to see if you're worried about parking, you need to see what's available. As I said, I've lived in Bangkok, Thailand, where we had no parking. The property on which my wife, Kanika, her family has lived for 50 years, has no parking. Zero. When I was in Philadelphia, the row house on which I lived had no parking. Zero. My row house was 13 feet wide from property line to property line. In Seville, Spain, I lived in an apartment complex. No parking. So, you know, I sort of have a different attitude than maybe a lot of people living in St. Helens who think that they should be able to drive up to their hairdresser and they shouldn't have to walk less than 30 feet to get into their hairdresser. I got a different attitude. And I grew up in the country. I can park wherever the hell I want in the country, but I don't have that attitude when I go to the city. It's just not the way I feel. You know, I get the whole idea that there's ADA people who need to be able to get close to where they have to do business. I get that. In fact, when I was in Philadelphia, there was an interesting thing that occurred. The ADA in Philadelphia at the time, basically anybody who had an ADA sticker or an ADA placard on their mirror could park wherever the hell they wanted. Well, come to find out, there was lots and lots and lots and lots of ADA placards all over downtown Philadelphia. Well, the city kind of figured that out. Well, guess what the city did? The city put up ADA accessible parking meters. And if you had an ADA placard and you wanted to park, you needed to use an ADA meter. An end of the parking problem as far as, you know, people overstaying their time because they had an ADA placard. So, I get it. You know, my mom is now, you know, in her eighth, what is it? 8th decade. I'm not going to say how old she is because I'm not allowed. But, you know, I get it. You know, people need to be able to get to where they need to go. But at the same time, you know, there's limits. I'm sorry.
I just one thing to say about that, people on the East Coast, some of them didn't even learn to drive till they're way into their 20s because they didn't use cars. So
Yeah, I had a friend.
Different kind of lifestyle. Yeah.
I had a friend who didn't live in Philadelphia, but she was from outside of Philadelphia and actually kind of not really a rural town, but she didn't. When I was living in Spain in my 20s, she was in her 20s. She didn't have a license. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have a license? Well, I don't need to drive. Why would I need to drive?
We don't have the capabilities in St. Helens
Yeah, I know.
for that. We're still rural.
All right. Thank you, Al.
We've got someone else who'd like to speak. I'm going to ask Robin Nunn to provide some testimony here.
Can you hear me?
We can, yeah. You can optionally show your video if you'd like.
That's okay. I don't look that great. Okay, Jacob, I might have missed this because I had some distraction, but did you say whether the percentage of footprint that's being included, does that include pavement also, or is that just the house?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So when I was talking about lot coverage, that is the sum of the footprint of all buildings and structures. It does not include hardscape. Our standards have a separate minimum landscaping requirement, which is 25%, and it's very rare someone has a challenge meeting that. So that 25% would include buildings and your impervious areas, but the lot coverage is just buildings.
Okay, and then as far as the tandem parking, and I think Sheila almost kind of mentioned this a little bit, but it occurs to me, I was kind of driving through town and seeing how many single car garages are, you know, extra bedrooms and stuff like that. So that means there's 2 cars parked, nose, you know, front to back. And so anytime someone needs to get that other car out, someone has to start their car, and that's twice the pollution of cars starting just to move a car out. And to me, when cars are in tight situations, that's also dangerous because there's more things you can run over. But just a thought, I just thought, man, what a hassle to have to move a car. And then, you know, times that by however many cars there are, that could add up to some pollution that we maybe don't need. And then the other question was, please, anybody drive down someday, in the evening, especially like Sunday evening, drive down 6th Street, heading towards Belton Road between Lamont Street and where Belton Road starts. It's insane. There's probably 30 or 40 cars just from the people that live there with no place to park. And how is this going to alleviate situations like that? It's really, I mean, the visibility for the guy driving is really iffy. I ran over someone's cat because someone scared the cat. It ran out. I didn't see it. Nailed it right on my birthday. I was devastated. But it's just, it's very dangerous. And I didn't even think about it till a friend came to visit from another town. She said, "Oh, I didn't realize you lived in such a depressed area." And I'm like, "What?" And she said, "Well, all those cars." I'm like, "That's where people live there, but there's no place to park their cars." And it's an issue, I think. So I just wonder how are all these extra houses and such going to, I mean, who has 1 or 2 cars per house? I mean, most people have 4 or 5, I think. But I just wondered. Do you know the area I'm talking about?
Yes.
I mean, it's I don't know of any other, and there are places around that really look like that, but it's just like a drive-in movie or something, you know? All these extra houses, is it going to create situations like that all over the place?
You know, that's to be seen. You know, the one thing that these amendments probably won't do is result in a bunch of duplexes popping up at once. You know, it's going to be something that gradually happens over time. And really, that's the reason, you know, the state says no more than 2. So we're restricted to that. But that's why this was a really good opportunity to talk about, you know, the tandem, parking, you know, the skinny street standard without on-street parking and stuff like that. We're a little confined about what we can do, but we can at least do some things. And it's, as Al pointed out, there's definitely, pros and cons and different ways of looking at it.
Well, I appreciate you getting the jump on it to tailor it best for our city.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And it's, this is the opportunity to discuss that, to make sure that, we do what hopefully the community feels is right.
One thing I'm not sure I heard or not, but the duplexes aren't required, right? If a
No,
person
that-
wants to, they can still do a single. They don't have to have two.
If they want to do a single, they will not be punished for it. But
Thank you.
if they want to have it be a duplex or a second detached unit, it's just another option for people. So, I gave that carrot versus stick analogy. For the most part, we're putting out the carrots. There's a little bit of stick, but mostly carrots. So it's providing options, reducing barriers.
That's why I wasn't quite sure how that really related to the historic area, because they can't make you do it, can they?
No, I think the concern there is people buying property for investment purposes and wanting to maximize the investment potential. There's a fear that cool old homes would be demoed in favor of a higher density standard.
Well, integrity is something to be had.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all I got. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for sticking around.
All of you. Yeah, very good.
So I've got Steve Tashi here. I'm asking you to unmute now.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I heard Al's comments, and as much as I love and respect Al, I have to disagree with a couple of things that he said, and I just wanted to provide my input. Regarding the wider street standard, I think that wider streets have a tendency to result in less congested development, people being less crowded in and just having more room. And there's just, there tends to be a little more freer flowing of neighborhoods. That's my input on the wider street. So I kind of like the idea of having the 28-foot standard and eliminating the narrower street standard. Regarding tandem parking, I've known a lot of people who have tandem parking, and it is a way to, if you have a development and you can put garages where people park tandem, it is a way to develop narrower buildings and allow for parking, for people to have parking behind one another. I've seen it work. And I don't know if that's on point or not, but it seems that tandem parking may be something to consider. You guys know more about it than I do. As far as the view ordinance is concerned, it is an interesting ordinance. I wouldn't be in favor of just getting rid of it. I think it's working as it is, and I think it's presented some people some challenges that have tried to develop on streets that are restricted by the ordinance. I'm curious why it is being proposed on River Way, it being a small street, and maybe the people, I don't know what's driving it. Maybe the people are concerned along there. There may be some development coming with these loosening of restrictions that may result in conflicts with views. That may be a way to keep a more open feel to the neighborhood. I don't know.
Steve, I can answer that if you want to keep talking, I can answer that really quickly.
Those are the 3 points. That was it. That was it. Okay. Go ahead.
So when I talk about housekeeping amendments, some of these are little notes from the code that have been there for years and years. And several years ago, we had some development on Riverway, and Riverway is east of whatever side street it is. And that side street, that North and South Street, is part of the scenic resource review area. And so being between that street and the river, it only made sense to include it. And that's why we thought, well, this seemed like probably an omission. Anyways, that's why. It was an observation from years ago. It's not based on any current development or anything like that.
All right, I'll just say support. That's all I have. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your time and dedication in dealing with these very challenging issues. It was a very interesting meeting. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Is that the extent of public testimony?
If anyone else in the audience wants to testify, I haven't heard from anybody else, but I'm just giving one more opportunity. Either chat with me, raise your hand. There are a few people that haven't said anything, so let's just give it a second.
May just maybe enjoying the show.
Exciting.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything, so I think we can close the record.
Well, I should probably respond to a little bit of it, just for the planning commission. Obviously, we want a recommendation from the council. Now, as I agree with Al in wanting to relook at our multi-dwelling standards. Just like we're, right now we're totally relooking at our single family dwelling and duplex standards to modernize them. And even though the state forced us to do it, it was probably a good idea because we're using some pretty old school standards, from really a different time. So I agree that that's something that should be looked at. My approach to code amendments is to be thorough and comprehensive. And I just, Al's worked with us for many years, and I just hope he understands that this is not a lazy planning department. We really bust ass. I mean, we bust serious ass and spend a lot of time to try to put out a quality product. And, sometimes his suggestion about excuses, we haven't done this in 2 years because we're busy, that's really deeply concerning that any citizen would have that feeling about this department, especially given the effort, the late nights, the evenings before holidays, just to stay on schedule with this. And early on, when we started this, I wanted to start back in September, but we ended up having to start it in October, just because of all the development going on. And at that point, it was like, okay, how much do we conquer? And as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we talked about, I really, in an ideal world, would be able to take on the cottage cluster rules in line with this. But this was a pretty large undertaking in and of itself. And so, all right, well, that's just a package that we'll have to look at later on. So I fully support relooking at our multi-dwelling standards. And, should it be more than just, 3 units in a big block building? Sure, I support that. But I support it in an organized, detailed, efficient fashion where we can really look at it, have a conversation, and really do it right. The other technical issue is for legislative actions and development code amendments. There's a couple things that have already occurred that really prevents us from just adding stuff that's kind of alien to the amendments. One is the council has to approve the concept, and we never talked about multi-dwelling standards. In fact, in my presentation to the council, we talked about wanting to look at cottage clusters and stuff, but unfortunately that just would have to be later on. Also, we have to send our amendments to the state of Oregon. And if we just start adding changes to our multi-dwelling standards after we sent that to the state, that's going to cause problems too. So I agree with it. Just now's not the time. Now, in a perfect world, I would love to work on those standards immediately after this is finished. It's all fresh in mind. We have all this fresh testimony. We have accumulated a lot of examples of cottage clusters, as well as the large city model code that gives us a lot of examples, including relooking at our multi-dwelling stuff. But there's a lot of stuff going on in this city. The normal planner per capita standard is 1 planner per 5,000. We're close to around 14,000 and we have 2 planners. And, you know, eventually we'll have a 3rd one, but not in the immediacy. The city has a lot of projects going on. We have the riverfront property, we have the Millard Road property, we have the police station, a lot of things going on. The council wants us to look at wetlands, and so I don't know when the opportunity is going to come up. If I was king, I would say, well, let's push everything aside and work on the multi-dwelling amendments. But I'm not king, and there's a lot of other things going on. So I don't know how quick we're going to be able to work on those, but it's inappropriate to include them at this time. Same goes with the scenic resource review. Al talked about deleting that chapter in its entirety. And
I had that happen last time.
And the part of that chapter does not address the whole scenic resource review. So there's a section in that chapter, but that's a whole discussion with the council, not even contemplated in here. If you want to get rid of that street, you know, that's fine. It's small potatoes. But just throwing that into the amendments is again inappropriate. I will mention that those folks on Deer Island Road, you know, we helped them get through the zone change, and we didn't make them hire a land use consultant. We really kind of supported them through that zone change. And, you know, we talked about their options for addressing the dwelling unit or the duplex on a lot versus multi-dwelling. And we said, well, you know, you can do a variance, which is going to be easier. If you go to the planning commission, you don't know if they'll support it, but it could be the path of least resistance, or you can go with the land division. And they were thinking of it in investment property terms. And so they sought the land division proposal. So that wasn't the only option that they had to address that. Al is correct that we do have a proposal in there to reduce the Skinny Street standard from about 10 dwelling units or 20 to 10. And, you know, it's no big deal keeping that at 200. That's totally cool. The porch allowance, increasing that from 3 to 6 feet, that's certainly something worth discussing. I think that covers some of those questions. So you have a recommendation to make to the city council. We have all these things. We have what's proposed. We have some of the things we talked about, tandem parking, the width if they're side by side, some of the things suggested by some of the folks here. And now it's your turn at this wee 11 p.m. hour. So what do you want to do? What recommendation do you want to offer our city council?
A lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff. When I was talking to the Fair Housing Council about it, you know, I said this is like powerlifting for a planner.
We haven't been spending as much time on it as you have, so it's difficult.
Yeah, we've met several times. And I know some of those various planning commissioners were gone. And, you know, I wish I had more time to discuss it, but staying on the schedule, you know, by the time when that model code came out and the time to get it done, really wasn't much time. Though, as I mentioned, we were the second community to get the amendments in, which was shocking because I'm like, God, some of these places aren't going to make it. And that's true. Some of them aren't going to make it. But I should mention DLCD looked at it, the Fair Housing Council, and the Fair Housing Council can be really brutal. And, you know, they praised some of the things we were doing, especially the 2 detached units. Though it's not a statistical analysis, we had a meeting with about 15 of the medium communities, and about 5 out of that 15 were allowing the 2 detached units. So we are the exception in that case.
I just have 2 questions just for clarity because I'm a little confused about it. So it sounded like either the single family or single building or the duplex could not have more than 2 parking spaces. Is that what you said?
That's correct. Yeah. And that's
by state law.
That's a state mandate. So if you have one dwelling and it has 2 parking spaces and you want to convert that dwelling to a duplex, can't require any more. If you want to add a second detached unit, can't require any more. So that is the restriction. We cannot require more than 2 spaces.
And where is the language about the tandem? Is that something you're proposing or something you're taking out?
That is not in the code. I wanted to pitch that question. And so if we were going to allow tandem parking, we would have to explicitly put it in the code. So it's not there now, but this is definitely the time to have that conversation. Parking is something always discussed. You know, Jenny and I were talking about this, and, you know, we've reviewed a lot of building permits, especially in the last few years with all the subdivision activity. And it's always the parking that you're, I don't know, picking on, for lack of a better term. And so, you know, this is the opportunity to re-look at it. And that's why we brought up the tandem question, as well as the potential of going side by side and just narrowing it down to 16 feet.
So that's for a new dwelling to maybe allow that, is what you're saying, the tandem.
That's correct. Yeah, that
Now,
would be
if you
new
had an old,
standards. So someone would come in, they would have that option.
so if you had an if you had an old building that had a 1-car garage is no longer there, and you want to rebuild it, could you do a tandem garage in an old existing building?
So if you had, let's say you had an old house that had a 1-car garage and, you know, a driveway in front of it.
Yeah.
And
I didn't even touch that.
And you wanted to add a second detached unit or convert it to a duplex. Under the non-tandem standards, we would say, okay, well, we need a second space somewhere. But if you did allow tandem, then you wouldn't require that second space.
What I'm asking is, I actually have one of those old houses that had a 1-car garage that's no longer there, and I'd like to put a tandem garage in its place. I can't make it double garage.
Oh, well, if all you want to do is replace the garage, you're not increasing the parking demand, and so you wouldn't be required to add that additional space.
But you could if you wanted to. You wouldn't be denied a tandem garage to construct.
Not in that scenario.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find out. Okay, thank you.
There's so many pros and cons of the tandem and not the tandem. I mean, I get the only real con I see in the tandem is that, will people really use it as a parking spot, or is it just a way to get another parking? But I do like the fact that it'd be a narrower driveway, and they're new subdivision, you're not going to see a big paved set of driveways.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one, and that's why when we sent the letters out, we explicitly put that in there to just try to gauge feedback from the community to really help us. Well, you know, what is our best option?
So that's why the letters that we saw were addressing tandem, because you specifically asked the question.
Exactly, yep. Yeah, so we had that, well, here's all the stuff, and then, you know, we really have this tough question, what's the feedback? So yeah, that was very intentional.
So I have a question from Steve in the chat that says, what's the argument for having two separate homes on a lot with a 6-foot separation versus duplexes with a common wall? And I believe the answer is just that city council made a livability argument and thought that allowing two detached homes on a lot would provide a more livable environment, having separation between the two dwellings. So hopefully that answers your question, Steve.
You could still build a duplex that was connected.
Yeah.
Yes, you still have both options are available to you if you're developing the property.
Just insulate the common wall really well.
Right.
So are you looking for us to make a proposal to city council that maybe a motion or something that is saying that we want to move forward as proposed to us? Or
yeah, we are looking for a recommendation, and I know this is a whole bunch of stuff. It's like drinking from a fire hose. So there's a few things in there. I think the stuff that's subject to debate is first parking. So let's try to cover some of the tough questions that came up. So let's talk about parking first. So tandem, you can say tandem all over the place. You can say, well, in cases where the lot width is less than 40 feet at the street and the building line, or just not at all. And then there's also the question of, you know, the 18 versus the 16 foot for side by side. So let's start with that, if everybody's cool with that.
I don't like the tandem, period.
You're in favor of leaving the code as is.
But that's my personal opinion.
Audrey, you're muted if you want to chime in.
Well, I like the tandem because if you're not using it, you've got parking for guests. And there's one housing track here that they had to go park, but apparently the track or the HOA has got a parking spot because they took their cars and parked them in the community parking lot. So we had parking, so. The tandem is afforded for guests if you're not using it for yourself.
So you support tandem, Audrey, is that?
Well, only from that standpoint.
That's so narrow.
I just think it seems like you're going to use the tandem to meet the requirement, and then you're not going to use it either way. You're not going to want to move your car out of the way to move another car. So really, if there's on-street parking, even though you have tandem, you're probably going to park on street because you don't want to hassle of moving cars.
I'm just
Right.
it's true.
My niece lives in a neighborhood that has a one-side parking only, very narrow, skinny street, and there is no parking there when you go to visit her. It's just really difficult to find parking. It's bad. There's nowhere parking anywhere near the street, other streets.
Well, that's the way it is on that one on Side Road, that housing tract.
You end up parking in front of their driveway and blocking all their cars just to have
Yeah,
parking.
park on there. No,
That's how it is where I live. There's no, it's a skinny street. There's no parking. So we just have to stack our cars with our guests in front of other cars.
yeah.
And Patrick, as the counselor over the Planning Commission, you are welcome to be a part of the discussion if you'd like.
Thank you, Jacob. I assumed that I could be, but I'm really trying to do my best, since things will be coming before the council, to hear what the commissioners have to say. And as I said, when I do make my report too, trying to do my best to hear and be able to report what the commissioners say. I know I'll have my chance to give my piece, but so thank you for that reminder. But I do want to say one thing, Jacob and Jenny. I have no doubt about the dedication that both of you give to your job and the service that you're providing to our city. And I believe that all the other council members would say the same, that you're two people, and we are at an incredible time of development in our city, and there's a lot on your plate. So I think we all have your back on that, but that is something certainly we should look at in our budgeting process too. Just what are the needs of the planning department? But anyway, I just want you both to know great admiration for the work that you have done and that you continue to do for our city dealing with this. So thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
So I just have to say, looking through this, there's a lot of these sections that we worked on. Maybe a couple of you newer commissioners might not have, but they look very familiar. We already decided on a whole bunch of this stuff, so it's not like the first time we've seen it. So just keep that in mind if you make your motion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to guide you through some of the stuff that either came up tonight or, the whole tandem parking is not something we discussed as much. Every time we had a meeting with the planning commission or council, it was, oh, okay, well, we got to think of this. It was this evolution. And so, the tandem parking was something new. And maybe we should have started with an easier question, but this is an important one that, the council, because the council could very well be in the same hot potato, and the planning commission's recommendation could be really valuable in this regard. I think let's break it down. Who is in favor of tandem? Okay, across the board, allow it all over the place.
I don't care. For what's the best.
Wouldn't like it all over the place. I only want in certain places. Some limitation on that. I'm not sure how to describe that, but not everywhere.
Just
So would
because
you
it's
limit
late, I want to clarify, tandem is one in front of the other, not side by side.
That's correct.
It's late tonight. I want to.
I just think too many people have two cars or more, and it just doesn't work in reality for everywhere.
Oh, okay, so not everywhere. And I think I heard enough testimony that other people were kind of on board with that. Did we lose Russ?
Yes, he left a long time ago.
Oh, okay. He had enough. Sorry, Russ.
No, I think his iPad probably went dead.
Mhm. Yeah, it's been, this has been an epic meeting. Welcome to the Planning Commission, Shauna. They're not always like this. This is rare.
Yeah, that's what they told me recently too.
You're earning your $1.29.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
interesting.
So not everywhere. So what about in cases where the lot width is less than 40 feet?
I think it makes sense there.
Yes.
Okay. How about leniency on side-by-side parking for duplexes and single-family dwellings, an overall reduced width of 16 feet instead of 18?
With no parking on that street?
that would be across the board, regardless of parking on the street and stuff. So basically you're saying those two side-by-side parking spaces, 16 feet is sufficient instead of 18 feet. So you're still reducing your impervious area a little bit, but you still have enough area, although minimal, for two side-by-side.
So are we in the world of wanting to park two Volkswagen Beetles side by side? Or are we in the world where we see people with giant trucks in our neighborhoods?
Right on.
Well, we are in giant truck country, and a lot of this population enjoys their giant trucks. And so, you know, that's an excellent point. And given that, if you feel we should stay with the 18 feet, that's fantastic. I just wanted to get this question out here to see if there's any flexibility the Planning Commission wants to recommend to the council.
Are we, what we're saying, we're saying the minimum.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about maximum. They still could make
No.
their driveway wider.
Yeah, the maximum was 24 feet. So if a builder wants a wider driveway, and a lot of them, you know, they have customers, they know they want cars. Not everybody's going to be doing that. So that's a very good point, Jennifer. I'm glad you brought that up, despite it being 11:20. Doing this forever. I don't drink coffee that often, but I did tonight to at least be somewhat on point in this late hour. But yes, it would be the minimum.
Yeah, I'm for that.
I'd go with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And that's not just fatigue talking.
Yeah. But get it done. What else you got?
Let's see. There was some discussion about, do you want to eliminate that little street for scenic resource review as Mr. Peterson suggested?
No. I think it's important. I mean, that's an important street to have it on, I think. When you have your house that you bought because of the view and somebody all of a sudden plops something in front of it, and now you have a non-view home that you paid for a view home.
And we're also paying taxes on that.
Yeah, I think it needs to.
Every year.
I do.
Okay. Now, one of Al's recommendations, I'll make this easy. You know, we proposed going down to 100 average daily trips, which is about 10 units for skinny streets instead of the 200. You know, sticking with 200, I think that's fine. So I think that's a good recommendation to put in there unless the Planning Commission objects.
I agree with that.
Okay with that.
Okay, so we'll go back to 200 average daily trips for skinny streets. And I know, Shanna, this is probably a whole new language for you, so I'm glad you're hanging in there.
So I back to that Riverway thing. It seems like since it's kind of just tossed in there, that maybe some community considerations of talking to the community that would be affected before it's implemented would help. I think people.
A block long.
Yeah, I can share screen really quick just to show you.
Not very
the
long.
extent.
It's the back of Russ's house, and then it's 2 or 3.
There's only like a couple of lots available, right?
That's true, yeah.
There aren't any lots available, I don't think.
So what's the point of it? Because
Well,
it's to park there now.
First Street is on it. So how can you have something east of First that isn't on it? That was Jacob's point.
All those houses are in the same plane. It's not like they're looking down over, you know, a hill down.
It's the backyard of about 3 houses, and then it's the front yard of 2 or 3 houses, and the backyard of Russ's house. Then it goes over the bluff to Sheila's brother-in-law and a lot that Steve has.
Sheila's lot. I have
You have a problem with it, Sheila?
Where your red pointer is the lot that my husband and I own.
So there's our community involvement right there. Do you have a problem with it, Sheila?
No,
Okay.
I want to get rid of it. That's
Then I don't have a problem with it, the Riverway added. The only person involved is right here. Have a moot point.
Anything else?
Okay, so you're okay with the Skinny Street recommendation?
Yes.
How about, so Al suggested increasing the setback encroachment. That's kind of a negative word, but from 3 feet to as much as 6. And the code does say, it may project into there, but still not be closer than 3 feet. So when you have a side yard that's already only 5 feet, you're still only going to get a couple feet into that. But we, it's been 3 feet forever. We didn't really propose to change that. We just wanted to expand it to, the side yard on flanking streets because of the whole duplex thing. If you want to increase that size, that's certainly a good discussion. And I suppose if you're kind of like, what do we do? We didn't discuss this much. You could just go with the middle ground and go with 4 feet instead of 3. At least then you're improving it some.
Meet ADA.
Yeah, I was gonna say because of ADA, I'd like to see it go to 4 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very logical approach. So
I think that's a have to.
and then everything else is status quo.
Stuff we looked at already.
So the recommendation would be the stuff we discussed now and everything else.
Can you put into context again, just because it's late, what we needed to do on the property tax exemption idea?
Oh, yeah. We're supposed to discuss it.
Done.
So I guess, do you feel, now, a lot of people argue that St. Helens, compared to other metro areas, is affordable comparatively. Do you think we should have incentives above and beyond these code amendments in the case of tax breaks, subsidizing system development charges, taxing other development to subsidize middle housing? We're supposed to discuss it. Do you think we should explore any of those to improve or help incentivize middle housing more than these amendments? Really, that's the first question.
Yeah. Certainly challenging with all the fees and everything, to have affordable housing by the time you're just getting out of the dirt. I mean, it's getting challenging. So I think it's interesting. During the Great Recession, didn't you cut SDCs in half or something on new building permits? Is that before your time?
No, I was here. Yeah, there was
some kind of incentive, I thought, then to.
Yeah, there was this 50% thing that persisted for a long time. And I think that was before we knew that we couldn't just do that. But yeah, you're correct. We did have that because when it was going away, we got a flood of building permits in to get ahead of it.
Okay, I bet. It'd be nice to see something. I mean, of course, I'd love to see some kind of property tax and incentive for the historic district. When that was proposed, just looked at some numbers. I don't recall if it was 200 or 300 properties initially looked at, and they ended up with 30 some. Whereas if there was some kind of property tax incentive to,
Yeah, in this
So
case,
help
it's just food for,
It'd be nice.
in this case, it's food for thought for the council. And if your approach is, well, we don't know, the council can talk about it and think about it, you know, that's probably fine. But so your recommendation is to maybe try to focus on incentives for the historic district.
Yes.
Does anybody else have comments about that?
Historic preservation is great for tourism and jobs and.
This area where we sit right this minute is Halloween Town. This community draws a great deal of business from the public here and everywhere in order to participate in that kind of thing here. I don't think you can do it just any old where. Downtown, Old Town St. Helens has a remarkably wonderful personality. That's my observation.
Well, I feel like we're trying to draw blood from a turnip at this point to draw a conversation from the commission.
Can someone make a motion? Can someone make a motion?
Get some sleep.
Yeah.
Hey, we're
Move to adjourn.
for another half hour, then we get double pay. Let's visit for a while, guys.
I don't think so.
What do you want to talk about?
So the motion would be a recommendation to city council as discussed. I have my notes.
I move that we recommend this proposal, this, I'm sorry, I'm tired. Say it again.
As discussed.
As discussed.
Seconded. Jennifer, you got it. I seconded it.
Okay.
I vote for it.
So Vice Chair Hubbard, he's not here. Commissioner Webster, what do you?
Aye.
Commissioner Semling,
Aye.
Commissioners Lawrence,
Aye.
Commissioner Pugsley,
Aye.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Aye.
She's resigning tomorrow.
What's your last vote?
My first and last.
They're not all this heavy, trust me.
This was
Okay.
particularly challenging, but we've had other days.
We haven't stuck around for the day.
So we got a couple more things to get done here. Planning Department activity report. Anybody have anything about that they want to talk to staff
No.
about?
It's
Okay,
a
we're
bunch
done
of
with
stuff.
that. For your
Stuff.
information, nobody's got any information, hopefully. The next
Aren't there
regular,
some ethics forms? Have you guys been getting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's like some ethic form you have to fill out and
by
sign.
tomorrow.
Have to
Turn
sign-
to Kathy. No, I
I
think
Um,
think it's Thursday.
By March 11th,
Oh.
according to my notes.
Yeah, by Thursday.
There's two forms. There's one that's online and then the one that was emailed to you by Lisa. Audrey brought me hers yesterday.
What's
And
the other form?
There's one form that you have to fill out and print and bring in and then or email back the PDF version of it. And then the other one is online. She just sent today, which is not due until March.
Well, that's the tax one. Right?
Yeah.
I have not seen those.
The email just went out today. So if you haven't looked at your email, then it's still there. But I can forward it to you if you didn't receive it.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I think I deleted it. Is that the form that we've done every year?
Yeah, that came out today.
I haven't looked at it.
Well,
I'm
it's on
going
your
to forward it
computer.
to you all right now, just in case.
Okay, because I think being it said do whatever, I didn't even open it.
I'm glad I brought it up.
And
Well, I thought it was funny. We just, signed something and called it good.
And I don't want to scare Shanna, but just so you understand, I'm very close to having been done this for 20 years. I've done a lot of batches of code amendments. This is probably the largest batch that I've ever had to tackle. So just to give you an understanding of the magnitude of it, and this is definitely not an everyday thing, especially with the time crunch, the state saying you have to get this done by now. It's just like, you know.
Right.
So if you feel like this, don't feel bad. I felt like that for about 6 months.
Appreciate all your
Well,
work.
it's totally fine. I think it was just kind of a weird combination of that really long, the Schlumberger.
Yeah.
And combined with this, just kind of like perfect storm.
All right, does someone
Not all
have a
like
motion
us.
to adjourn?
I make that motion.
Second,
Aye.
everybody says yay. Let's get out of here.
Everybody's in favor.
All right,
Okay.
good. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.